People just walking in front of it like we ain't recording.
Yo, 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 yo!
Hey, it happens. People are people.
Ooh, what's good, Guap? What's up, Seymour?
Never attribute to malice what you can
Happy
contribute to
Thursday night.
incompetence. It's far more likely that they are all in their own worlds, doing their own thing. They're not paying attention to the world around them.
All right.
We all do it.
Happy Thursday. Seymour, are you still on vacation?
Whether
Back
you're
home.
driving, walking down the street, all of our lives are just as complex as everybody else's. Everything you have going on, they have
What,
going on. Nobody
I need to
else
smoke
knows what
some.
everyone else is going
Where's my-
through. We also need to be a little more self-aware and aware of the world around us. That was deep.
All right, friends. Happy Thursday. Put one in the air. I've got plenty to talk about if you'd like to hear about it. A little cannabis friendly, a little cannabis direct. Had a great convo with the Unk today, and ever since I decided, you know what? Better if I just reiterate these points. And I know that maybe y'all have heard it before, but maybe hearing it again is what you needed. But also, the honest to God truth is, it's the most important parts of what I care about, and a lot of people still, even long-time, lifelong consumers of this thing, still don't understand. Or don't, there's nuances, and I would like to dive a little bit. But, Drummer, what is up, my friend? Yeah, it was such a good convo me and Unk had today about, well, this is a big boy. Oh, shit. We got a big old Hibbity Skee. Well, maybe you can't see it. There it is. It's a thick boy. We'll let this thing heat up a little bit before we dunk it. Alyssa and Angelo. Hello, my friends. Guapo, let's talk for a minute.
You got to look deep to find the deep things. If all you ever do with your life is stay at the surface, you'll never find anything worth exploring.
There's a good thing in here for you, Guap. I promise. I got you. Oh my good. Oh. All right, so it's not bad if mom quits. She doesn't need the smoke to consume the cannabinoids she would need, but I also beg people who have lung conditions, because I watched way too many people who had lung cancer tell me they were going to stop smoking. And I'm not telling you that it's so it's not bad for, okay. It's probably good for you to quit smoking, right? You wouldn't want to aggressively abuse the areas that are already being damaged, or that are already damaged. The thing is, there are so many direct benefits to inhalation, including bronchodilation. So if the air pockets of the lungs actually expand because of the ingestion of this thing, and they did for a long time, actually, smoke, just smoke itself. Now, again, you might have heard me say this in the past too. Theodore Roosevelt, the president, Teddy Roosevelt, he had asthma, terrible asthma as a child. And his there's documentation of it where Teddy Roosevelt's father used to take him into a his horse and buggy, because they were closed compartments, and he would smoke Teddy out. And in historical stories, there's a lot of it says he smoked cigars or stogies or something of that nature. The word that they used is very kind of vague in the way that they talk about it. And one of the scientists I was talking with, who is also fond of history of cannabis and everything too, was telling me that it was probably more likely, or it is more likely, that Teddy Roosevelt's family would have been hemp farmers or something of that nature and had more access. And though tobacco was readily available and they could have easily been smoking tobacco, there's a good possibility that they were using cannabis as the smoked product because it is more of a bronchodilator. And we knew this in historical text. It used to be in the pharmacopoeia. It used to be in regular medicine, right? Cannabis used to be there. So when I was talking to them, they said that there's a chance that some of our ex-presidents were using this as the means of alternative, right? They didn't have albuterol, right, back in the day. And that whatever the fuck, you find out when Teddy Roosevelt was president, I don't know, 1800 or some shit. They didn't have albuterols. So, but yeah, I think for me personally, I think that there is plenty of reason why you should stop smoking if you have not stop, decrease by 90+%. And I would say that for myself individually. If I was diagnosed with a lung condition, I wouldn't sit there and smoke all the time. I don't think that that's necessarily the best means of treatment. But I don't know that you would need to consume all day, every day, the style that all of us probably do currently. Flower, right? I don't know, or anything, vapes. I don't, even vaporization, I don't think that it is necessarily, and I'm saying that vaporization is the way that I would go in more abundance, but I still don't know that inhalation or putting, and you would want just the most direct oxygen that you could get into the lungs, right? Oxygen's a healer. It breaks down a lot of the things going on. It helps promote cellular regeneration and right. So there's a lot to do with giving as much saturation of oxygen as you can. But if the bronchi are affected and inflamed naturally, well, then we're dealing with a bronchodilator and a natural anti-inflammatory, which is both the things that your lungs are going through. So it almost seems like, why wouldn't you use this as an alternative to what else is out there? So, just food for thought. I don't know. I think, oh man, so much love to you, to Growing Goat. You're the best. Oh, the mail's on the way. That's the truth, Growing Goat. Thanks for stopping in. If you guys haven't checked out the Grow and Go, actually really cool content. The man talks about his crop, and I appreciate it. I think he has a good perspective on some things. It's neat to see those. I'm not a grower, so I can't, I can't say his techniques are better or not. I don't know. Don't get mad at me. I just think it's cool to watch what the man's doing, and his content's very good. The Grow and Go, thank you. And yes, I did sent out a little mail. So back to, I do believe people who are affected directly by a condition, or we can tell where the condition's affected. That's why I speak a lot on method of ingestion, because so many people miss the opportunity to be benefited. If we have, again, COPD. I mean, we can all look at it together. What are the symptoms of COPD? Let's get rid of business. Oh shit. Shortness of breath, a chronic cough, wheezing of the chest, tightness and fatigue. Okay, so these are symptoms of and so essentially, here we go. Look it. Oh god, it's so good to see. Can you guys see this little picture? Can I blow this up somehow? Oh, early signs of COPD. All right, so this is the healthy evoli. Look at that. And then, so these are the blood vessels, and these are the bronchi over here. So these are the blood vessels. These are the bronchi. This is what gives the airway. This is what gives this is what you breathe through. All right, this is what we have in all of our things. Now the evoli is a blood flow thing. So if we can increase blood flow, then that's infinitely better. And if we can increase or reduce the inflammation on this outside right here, right? We see how it's all red and inflamed and whatever. Let's get it back to this. If we can reduce this inflammation through inhalation, and this is what COPD looks like. Well, this is emphysema, more on the evoli side. But that's it. I mean, so if we can literally help both of these things, which is the problem that is directly at hand, why would we stop the use of, and again, it's both arguments, right? Is it because of long-term, and this is it right here, right? COPD causes, is it because of smoking, air pollution, or genes? Is smoking causing this? Well, they show cigarettes, right? The reason why they show cigarettes and not cannabis is because of the added carcinogens, the added tars, and the things that will tar up and actually build. And it's not that y'all have seen the inside of a pipe before. You know what can build up from prolonged cannabis use as far as tars and stuff go. But
money is debt.
Yeah, I think some people hear that they have a condition and immediately will shy away from doing things that are associated. So COPD and smoking. A lot of times what's crazy is people with like stomach issues or something they'll all go and they'll try and eat some edible of sorts, whatever. A lot of times it's edibles, or they'll take capsules because they know that the sugars inside the edibles are bad too, so they'll take a capsule. But your stomach's already got a problem, right? There's already an issue. And to assume that we're going to get the same benefits that other people are with a fully functioning stomach, intestines, whatever it is that's causing the problem, right, is untrue. But then also, too, why not consider suppository? Why not consider inhalation? Because some of the symptoms of, Crohn's, irritable bowel, whatever, all of those are kind of quicker onset symptomatically at times. It's like you're fine for a minute and then the next minute you're not okay, right? And we don't know. There's some times where it's like I didn't even eat anything and I have a flare-up or there's an issue. So to have something to alleviate that immediately would be something of an inhalant. The other thing too is that people should consider to it's a great.
No, if you never see me another time in your life, if I die in the morning,
Yeah, I just think that like the other way of ingestion that a lot of people overlook is like a suppository or something. And that's why when I speak on what I think to be an expert at cannabis, you have to understand the different methods of ingestion, period. What's up, Mike? How are you, my friend? Thanks for stopping in. To understand the best, to know it like it's your own and your personal, you have to understand the methods of ingestion. And a lot of times people overlook them or are just more willing to do something over the other. So individually for a fuck it all, fine, use however you want to as a recreation, as something to have some fun on the weekends or whatever it is that you're doing. If that's what you want to call it, that's fine. Ingest however you want. As a medicine, you have to ingest more mathematically or more scientifically, and the best way to do so is to understand it as a method of ingestion. New dreams take flight. You know, Mike, sometimes that is the truth. But it's cannabis, man. The thing is, we don't have to be divided by any means. Just a lot of love and spread the good news of it. Help people get access to it. For me, it's like, all right, I worked in dispensaries for a long time, Mike. I don't know if you know me personally or if this is your first time here or not. I appreciate you. Thank you. I know it's your first time here. I've never seen this name before. But thanks for coming in. But yeah, I worked in cannabis for, I mean, if you see on the bottom, I've worked in cannabis for almost 10 years, on and off a little bit, but since like 2015. Oh, Mike, I promise you, it's an issue for a lot of people who are trying to put out valuable content, but, and I think there's reason for, no, don't limit any speech, allow people to access whatever they want. But that's why I have the scrolling thing on the bottom, like, I'm not a medical professional, seek medical attention if that's what you want. A lot of my speak is from anecdotal, direct patient interaction, conversation, right? I have my own personal experiences, but I've dealt with a lot of medical cannabis patients, and once we perceive this thing as the alleviant and the helper for everybody that it is, because prolonged use of cannabis is medical cannabis use. That's my feel at it too. But anybody who's using this plant deserves access to it. But there are some. I mean, like you say, some people who are having some rough days. Who it's like, bro, why are you doing that? Well, cannabis is around. Do you know that I work in a dispensary. I'm like, I understand that you're upset. Do you know how many times I walked out into conversation and said, I understand you're upset now, but I'm going to figure out whatever it is. If it's from a transaction, no issues, and I'm going to give you weed. You're going to leave here and get not upset. I'm sorry that you are upset, but I'm going to try my hardest before you leave to make you even not upset with what you've gone through in here. But it's probably just some misunderstanding. A lot of times we just see things from different perspectives, you know? Babel, what's up, brother? Oh my God. Let's go, Mike. That's super fire. I love it. I love it. Congratulate. I mean, hey, listen, that's the dream, you know? To be able to limitlessly, wherever you wanted to, however you wanted to cultivate, to distribute. Much like at farmers markets, a farm can take their produce out to the farmers market and sell it there. I don't understand why cannabis couldn't be the same way, right? And because cannabis is just a big recycling program, if that's what it was, the cream would rise to the crop, and everything would rise. Like the best would be the top, right? And everybody would just smoke that. Anything that wasn't what people were buying there could be sold off to wholesalers who would process the thing and then use it to create other means of ingestion, right? So like, a lot of my entire intention is to speak the truths of what cannabis has to offer. I like to speak on it in a medical setting because when you put it there, it's hard to argue. It's hard to say the cancer that the person had and now doesn't, the screening's not coming, right? It's hard to say the person with the epilepsy who doesn't have the seizures in the same capacity. It's hard to say the lady with MS who doesn't use the walker anymore. Like, in it, to only get access to this plant, right? Those instances are very easy, and all of us go, oh yeah, plenty of glory stories out there. We know it. We haven't ever watched it happen. We haven't ever seen how many different, I mean, there's so many layers to how many people are using this thing for what. And to see it be so resilient in so many different places, is so many different aspects, both physical health, mental health. I've watched people make full-blown livings, and now I've watched people become monsters and whatever, right? Like, there's I say monsters probably more lightly than I mean, right? There's people who are just profiteers, and that's okay. I don't even know that I'm mad at it. Make as much as you can, but like, you don't even have access to make as much as you can. Even if you have a cultivation license, we all live in Illinois, a lot of us do here. If you have a cultivation license in Illinois, you're allowed to grow under 220,000 square feet of canopy space. You're allowed to have some outdoor grows and do whatever, but there is limitations to what you are. So even if you do grow and hit your ceiling, because there is a ceiling right now, you can't profit anymore. You can't make any more than what is and this is what, like, I don't know if you've ever, also Mike, I beg you to check out Two Dope Dudes. It's the Elevated News podcast, but it's called Two Dope Dudes. It's me and my buddy Aaron. We speak about local and national cannabis news and culture, and it's purely, brother, it's just access. We want more people to, we think that the size of the pie is very small in comparison to what it could be, right? We're all fighting to swim in this little tiny pond, when we don't realize that all we have to do is dig a little tunnel and we're gonna get to the ocean, baby, right? There just has to be this bridge, a tunnel, whatever it is. Just get your way to the ocean, because the ocean's out there. Allow people to grow. Right on. Yeah, well, and that's it. Like, and automating things is great. What up, Bawani? How are you, brother? My friend. But yeah, Mike, it's the coolest plant in the world, and there is so much more that should be happening with it. More people should be able to. If you've got the space to grow, I say, why not? If you can do it with quality, you should be like, and even if you don't do it very good, people won't buy. People always need budget something, so more of all of it, right? Cheaper, higher price stuff that we can recycle into edibles, parts, concentrates. There's so many uses, and that's just for the flower side of it. We're not even talking about the hemp, more of the fibrous side of it, right? Like, if we were to use, oh my god, don't get me started. I love this fucking plant, but this has been my whole thing, you know. I was talking to my uncle today too, and he mentioned something. He was talking about growing, and he said, like, well, what's the difference then? And I said, well, okay, the difference is environment, period. The environment with which that plant has been cultivated for the longest, that is what that plant is going to be resilient in. The plants are environment sappers, pretty much, right? And the three classifications of plant that we recognize in cannabis is Sativa indica ruderalis. We've talked about this a lot of different times, but sativa is grown in the equator with the best nutrients. It has the best air quality. It's further down on the ground, so it has to reach further for the sun. So these plants grow taller. Sativas are known for being more stringy. They're known for being taller, 20-foot plants at times, right? Indicas grow up in the mountains, Afghanistan, whatever. Those things are 6,000 feet in the air. The air quality is a little bit less. The ground quality might be even a little bit less, but so the plant grows a little bit for the sun as much, grows a little bit bushier to kind of keep itself protected, and it's colder up higher, so it keeps it a little bit protected from the cold, right, by staying a bush. And then the third classification of plant that we found was ruderalis, and that was grown up in mountainous as well, but like in Russia. It was grown in the absolute coldest places where like it doesn't matter the environment. It's going to get access to the sun. It's going to not get access to the sun. 12 hours, 12, whatever it's just this thing is going to probably pop at some point. And the faster that you can flower the thing, the better chance it has to flower, actually, right? So like it's just purely environmental. The three different classifications of plant that we consider, sativa, indica, and ruderalis, they're environmental. If you take the sativa and you grow it indoors and you limit its access or how tall it can grow, and you top it and you grow it outwards instead of upwards, the more times that you train that plant to kind of stay more bushy and smaller, you almost make it learn to be part of its environment. And though it might take generations, and though it might only be one cut of 100, you're going to get some of the plants that are going to start to lean more towards the style of growing that would be more resilient in the mountains, right? And almost change from sativa to indica. You could almost do it by environment. You could change the temperature, you could change the oxygen level, you can change the light cycle, you can change the nutrients that are available, and through all of this, like, you just change what this plant is. But at the end of the day, it's very cannabis, right? And though the three things, ruderalis, indica, and sativa, are very, very real, those are things that have been grown in those environments for probably thousands, who knows how many years, but we know at least 3,500, I think, is the farthest back written explanation of cannabis in like China, in the eastern land. Okay, so we got, cannabis is the coolest plant in the world. And then here's the other thing that I was talking to my uncle about this too. You're good, Fable. Nice. The other thing that I was thinking about too, when I've called this the honeybee of plants, it just saps its environment and then gives what it is, right? Here's the thing. Sativas are more generally uplifting, energetic, euphoric. They're whatever, right? Well, down on the equator, where the sun is always more abundant, getting up and going and being more lively and being more active is a truth. You're able to. Up in the mountains, where there's a little bit less air quality, and it's a little bit, who knows, temperature, whatever, but like, you'd be a little bit more chill. You don't want to keep running around and being a crackhead in the mountains. You'd kill yourself and give yourself a heart attack by lack of oxygen or some shit, whatever. Same bit with ruderalis though, right? Like, ruderalis tends to be higher in CBD. It probably just calms you the fuck down and wants to put you into hibernation because, you're in the freezing ass cold. So the plant, I think, is it's literally just a product of its environment. It's giving what the environment wants you to do in it, right? So I'm just saying, baby. It was a concept that came up today when I was talking to my uncle, and I said, damn, that kind of sounds cool. I kind of like it. I'm going to tell everybody about it. Oh, and that's no, Mike. There's three: sativa, indica, ruderalis, and we were talking about photo periods or auto flowers, and auto flowers tend to just be crossbred with ruderalis. What up, Biz? My guy. Um, they tend to just be bred. That's what it is. It's bred with the ruderalis, but that's what we're saying. When ruderalises are able to grow in the absolute cold with 24 hours of light or 0 hours of light, no matter what, like, because there's both extremes wherever these plants were growing. It has to be able to flower fast or hold off and flower. You know what I mean? Like, it's just that plant is damn resilient, and it's cool that it almost environmentally all goes hand in hand. Yeah, but so that would be a sativa, though.
This is an instrumental. I meant, okay, can Mary fry some fish?
To a degree, I think that you can manipulate it to be in any environment. If you grow it in the environment that it was supposed to be grown in, then you have a better potential for it to reach its maximum capacity, right? And I think the same thing is true to where, like, people have to, up in the mountains, people are building false atmosphere, pretty much, right? They're putting different CO2, nitrogen, oxygen, whatever. They're putting different greenhouse gases into rooms to help their plants feel like they've been mimicked in a different environment. The light intensity and the light, obviously, height and everything can matter too. It's all, and whatever has worked for you. This is what I've come to notice with a lot of growers. Whatever works for a grower, they go, that's the way. Watch it work every time when I do it. And that makes sense, but there's like, watch everybody do it their way, and there's a lot of different people who can do this thing pretty well, right? I'm grateful to know a few people who are exceptional at making, doesn't matter what it is, almost. It doesn't matter what strains they seem to get in their hands. As long as it comes from some genetic line that is decent, then I think a lot of them are capable of doing really cool things with plants. And I've also seen it done on a commercial scale too. I've watched a lot of very good cannabis come out of what I would and what a lot of people would consider pretty large harvests, right? There's plenty of people who harvest substantially larger, and I was just watching something the other day about the Sinaloa cartels, their mausoleums and their mosques that they have down in wherever they're mainly at. But it was showing like this thing. It was crazy. There's just a lot of money that has come from drugs. I think cannabis is a small part of probably what's going on, and so it's a big part. It has been a big part in a lot of what happened there, but there's a lot of different drugs that have gone on to fund some of that shit. But yeah. Oh, Mike, you from? No way, you're from Ontario? Let's go. That's super dope. I think you might be outside of people that I know who are Canadian who've jumped on here, but they're American, or they're here. Little Britain. Oh my God, Mike, my guy. Thank you so much for popping in, hanging, and chatting. My guy. It is me. Mike, the thing is, what's really cool and what we're experiencing here, in Illinois at least, and I'm gonna go ahead and say in the Midwest, right? Because there's a few different environments. There is the East, the Midwest, and the West. There's kind of the South, but like the South tends to be very medically derived, right? So the places that have adult use, in the Midwest, we're watching a really, it's cool in a way. It's different, but it's a fight between regulation and quality, maybe, let's say. Quantity, availability, let's call it availability. People are, as long as it's available to them, they're willing to kind of let it go, right? Michigan has a big cannabis world about it. What is good, Chi-Town? My God, what is good? Yeah, and Mike, that's it. I think like the thing, it's cool to watch where quality and quantity have continued to overlap, and who's rising to the top. Where will the end of this be? Can we make it so that the regulation has to kind of lax itself because where in like Michigan, if you look at it, everybody says it's an oversaturation in the market. I don't think so. I think they have a great market. If you've ever been to it, are they wasting probably more product than they should be? I would say yes. But if you allowed them to sell it across state borders or even from country to country, which Canada is a big trade port for cannabis going outward, if we kind of took on some of that role too, this thing explodes. And some of these companies who are sitting on excess now don't even come close to having enough. So, and through that, like I said, where does the quality go? How does quantity go? Access as far as like pricing and everything, does it become more price effective, right? We're currently dealing with I'm trying to learn some economics a little bit, right? I've been listening to this one teacher, and he's always showing this diagram, but it's pretty much supply and demand, right? And where the cross line is, and where on the scale of this you're at, and the more supply there is, the better the demand. I mean, if the more demand there can be, the more demand there is, the more supply there has to be. So like, there's a scratch each other's back type of thing that needs to happen here, but regulations kind of get in the way, and I hope at some point we all recognize that in comparison to some of the other things available and readily available and accessible, be it sugar, be it caffeine or alcohol, or plenty of medications that are terrifying and very harmful, cannabis is not that scary, right? And access to it should not be regulated at the scale that it is. I think that's where all of us agree. But yeah, I don't know. What up, what up, what up? And I puff and make his laugh. Noises we listen and we don't judge. Well, and Mike, that's the thing. We got a lot of judges, a lot of lawyers, a lot of people who aren't cannabis folks. And then the regulations they've put in place have made it so that no average Joe will ever be able to access the industry again. Currently in Illinois, you need to have, and this is just on the board, right? I think there's 10 different things. You need to have somebody that is a veteran. You have somebody who works as an employee in the state. or has been employed in the state as an officer, you need to have a somebody who's of different skin color, somebody who's been in an environment that has been impacted by the war on drugs, somebody who is of the LGBT plus community. There's literally, it's like 10 fucking things, and I'm not saying this to be like a dick. I'm not saying this to be political. I don't give a fuck. Go read the rules, right? The social equity licenses that were given out, you had to fulfill certain characteristics to become part of it. So now you can't even be just an individual who is trying to open a business. You have to be a conglomerate of folks. And with the cost of licenses and everything, you almost can't be an individual and run one of these things in the way that everything's set up by law. But yeah, the access to it was created by lawyers and law enforcement and whatever, and they have now kind of cornered it so that they're going to be the only people who have access to the better licenses. There's still a lot of licenses that could be won for people who want to be part of the industry, but I have lots of friends who have infusion licenses, who have transportation licenses, and we've had deep conversations about what is the long term and do they think that they can sustain and or be profitable at some point, right? Because some of them are still bleeding money to hold these licenses that they believe maybe someday when the regulations change will be worth having. And I think they would be if the regulation wasn't so strict. But I think without that being changed, a lot of these people have very cool licenses that they can hang on their walls and tell people about. But none of them really had funding. None of them had backing outside of some of them their own personal money, which has now been completely bled into licenses and facilities and insurances and fucking cameras all over the place and just the wildest SOPs and whatever it is that they needed to do to get their licenses. But now they have no ability to access the work, right? If you're a transporter, you need something to transport. If you only got a transportation license, that's the only license you want in Illinois, it's gonna be tough. And for those who are out there doing it, kudos to them. They're badasses, right? But it's gonna be tough. These big dogs already have, and at some point, might it be easier for them to outsource, the big dogs that is, the transportation side of things? It might be. You wouldn't have to hold you wouldn't have to hold insurances. You wouldn't have to buy vehicles. You wouldn't. So like the big cost overall to maintain a fleet, and all of those employees could go away, right? All the drivers. So like to allow transportation to come in and kind of take over could be real, but like, you know, once regulation comes about and you're allowed to write off your employees as tax write-offs and you're allowed to write your vehicles off as tax write-offs, and why would anybody ever change having all of those things, right? So it's a, you know, this is one of those ones where I've said, like, good luck to everybody who's in it. You all deserve to be doing it. Like, everybody does. I've advocated, or I've spoken outwardly for peddlers licenses. I would love to see little like pop-up licenses, or what do they call it, like farmers markets. How neat would that be for everybody who has, if you had just a personal small crop, even if you could take it into a place and sell it to them and they could use it as the thing that they were going to sell to people. Like if you grew it well and you could take it to fucking Walmart and say, hey Walmart, I'm local, I grow this produce. Would you want to use it in your shelves? Would you like to, whatever? And I don't, you know, while it's still considered this massive intoxicant, or while it's considered this drug, it will. I don't know that it gets there. Oh my god, yeah. Well, and we advocate consistently for home grow. It's like one of our biggest things. I beg you to check out the Two Dope Dudes, please. It's where a lot of this goes on. We're a weekly news kind of culture thing. See, Mike, I think so, but a lot of times now, especially, and if you would listen more to like the preachings of my buddy Aaron, where he grows as organically in living soil as you can, right? Like, I absolutely love people who are just letting this be from the earth, and you know, if you're using stuff that comes from the earth and it is the nutrients and it's everything, then the testing that would need to be done to make sure that you weren't harming yourself is nil. I don't know that you would, because you would know that you haven't forced any heavy metals into it. You haven't put any I mean, you could look for mold and everything too. It's a very possible thing to do from home. So yeah, there's a lot. Yeah, but no, I'm grateful for access to this thing, and I hope everybody has access to it. And I hope we all have just the basic understanding. Nice. Go, Mike. Good for you, friend. Yeah. One day we will see. I think access to cannabis that is acceptable. Currently, there is a lot of like, why? Right? It's not that it's, I think I'm grateful that anybody has access at all, and that there is some level of decriminalization. Some level of it, because the criminalization for both possession, growing, use even, still occurs, right? Where there's an acceptable level of alcohol that you're allowed to consume and then go drive around with. Where is that same science or math for cannabis? And I think a lot of times it's so individual to who can handle what. And I think that everybody should consider, probably not smoking a ton before taking off and getting in a vehicle. I don't know that, I don't advocate for ignorant use of cannabis. Actually, gratefully, I am very hopeful that most of my teachings, or most of my preachings or talkings or whatever, speak on proper use of cannabis. Don't do as I do, do as I say, right? Like, more in the, if you want to do it properly, scientifically or mathematically. There is a truth to why you would use these different cannabinoids in different capacities. And even then, like, do exactly as I do if you have the exact same problems that I do. But since we're all individual, and all of us don't have to justify our cannabis use by being mathematical or scientific about it. I don't feel good. I want to feel good. I smoke. Good enough fucking math for me, right? And for that, you should never have to feel guilty to feel good. Nor should you have to justify your math to anybody. Heavy, extra fade, or roll? Roll. Well, it depends on what disc. But a lot of times I like the roll feature, Gawani. Roll both allows that disc to roll, and it allows it to, like, when it's thrown currently, it kind of just sits where it falls a little bit better. Sticky is the same as what I'm just talking about. But yeah, and depending on the disc, extra fade can be there. Fury Speed 9, roll. Yeah, roll. Jimmy Anderson, what's up, brother? How are you, man? I remember you from last week. Thanks for coming back again, dude. How you been? How's the day treating you? We're just I'm just rapping a little bit about this plant that I love so much. Giving a little bit of history. You know, a little science in the fact that the family tree and what. How do you classify this thing that is so capable of doing so much as one thing? Well, it's almost hard to. You just call it cannabis, and then that's it. And then cannabis is just cannabis. That's how we figure it out, right? But when this plant has been so interpreted in so many ways. It has been advocated for, it has been slandered against, and had propaganda put against it. There's constantly people spending money for positive access and media, and then there's constantly people putting out negative ads, talking about how bad it is. It's just so wild how many different interpretations of this plant that all of us seem to find a common ground in, and a place of, like, agreeableness, right? Where I think Mike was saying the same thing. There's plenty of people who are disagreeable, but I think that's really it. More than anything, all of us, I think it was just the same thing. It's like, I think everybody wanted to be cool, wanted to be accepted. I think that's just a natural thing in all of us. It's not that you want to be cool because that's maybe something that causes you to go, no, I don't want to be whatever that was in the past. Okay, fine. But we all wanted to be accepted. We all want to be fucking a part of something. We all want to feel like what we're doing is a positive and adding to the progression and not taking away from anything. I think that's just an innate thing. And if it's not, it probably is because of, terrible upbringing environment, right? And whatever, a lot of us have gone through that too. But to all be able to come to this one same common place and to just agree that's our shit. That's my shit, man. That green plant that can be manipulated in a million ways. Turned into cartridges, turned into concentrates, turned into edibles, turned into suppositories, smoked purely in its raw form, turned into fucking textiles like paper, composite boards, woods, fibers like clothes, can be used as a means of plant protein and very good fatty omegas, and there's so many positives that come from this plant that aren't just the intoxication of it. And it's funny because I just said the positive of the thing that we all agree on is the intoxication of it. And that's like the one point that the most people fight against. Oh no, watch out, it's gonna get you intoxicated. Watch out, it'll get to the kids, you know? And though very valid points, we don't necessarily want children to access it without knowing what the fuck they're getting into, the same way you wouldn't want them getting into your fucking prescription medication. If you all think that it's even close, listen, on the LD50 test, aspirin is 50, okay? So that means for whatever your dose is of aspirin, you would need to take 50 of them to toxically shock your system with a potential... Oh, no. 50 to toxically shock your system. At 100, that's why they call it the LD50 test, because at 50% of, this is where you will toxically shock, but you won't chemically kill yourself. So with 100 doses of aspirin, you will toxically shock your system with a potential of death, okay? There is so much chemical in your system that you would die. You could go to fucking Walgreens right now and buy multiple bottles of death, okay? Multiple bottles of potential death. It's gonna hurt like a motherfucker. What a gross way to do that. Your livers would hurt, your kidney would hurt. Toxically shock your system would literally be like your liver would be like, why is this happening? Your heart would be fucking blowing out of its chest. Your mind would be racing like crazy. It would be the most miserable shit. I just don't understand why, like I said, more than anything, we have made the thought of ingesting this thing so terrifying, and we not only made it terrifying, we try to blame it for the kids too. But again, the LD50 test is the same. So 50 doses of aspirin, I mean, your kids got to break the aspirins in half, right? They get baby aspirins. That's way smaller than the fucking big one. So depending on what the difference is between the two, maybe where, you know, I said 50 was your dose. If their dose is a tenth of that, they only need to take fucking, 5 fucking doses. All I'm saying is that you can toxically shock your system with this thing way easier than you imagine. And cannabis, 1 to 20,000 or 1 to 40,000, which 20,000 doses of cannabis in an inhaled way in joints. All right, we say like a joint is a dose. According to this test that was done, like 20,000 joints, that's like, by the way that they did the math, I think it was 750 pounds or something like that. Or I think it was 1 gram per joint, and I mean, we can do the math here. Let's pop it up really quick. What was I doing? 28 is how many grams there are times 16. That's how many in a pound. Now 448. So then you go 20,000 divided by 448. And you get a total of. Oh, maybe my mathematics are a little bit off. Okay. So let's just say that it's 1 joint is a dose. It's 44.6 pounds of cannabis that you would have to smoke to, and this is in a 15-minute window, so that we're all in the same base. You'd have to ingest this within 15 minutes, 44.6 pounds. One, if you can afford 44.6 pounds, adopt me. Let's be best friends. Let's hang out. Maybe my guy there growing it on his plant, maybe that's easy for him. He's got that much. But then if you're going to set it ablaze just to see if you can achieve toxicity, let me know. I'll maybe come stand in a tent with you. I'll probably get out of there because, that's too much. You choke yourself. You'd probably fall asleep before you were able to ingest this much. But then you'd actually have to multiply this by 2. So you'd have to ingest 89.28 pounds of cannabis with the potential of killing yourself. And that's, again, 20,000 joints in 15 minutes. 40,000 joints in 15 minutes at 89 pounds, 1 gram joints. Let's just be honest. The difference in toxicity is scary, right? Like what people are so commonly accepting of as medicine, to me, seems more scary. And what some people so commonly accept as a drug, something that is drugs are supposed to be scary, they carry this terrible connotation, is something that I desperately believe is medicine. Play more Fury, I think, would be my guess, Kawani. Wow, that's what I'm saying. We would need the leaf blowers. We would need a fuck ton of them, though. How much can you put in one leaf blower? Oh, and that's it. How do you smoke it all day if you don't fucking start in the morning? That's it. No, I just wish that the I'd love to see the negative thoughts on cannabis disappear. And I think the way that I try my best to make that happen is to sit here and advocate as positively as I can, is to be part of Two Dope Dudes, is to continually find places of employment in the industry, is to advocate constantly for this. This thing is so worth it. I promise you that the people that come to mind the most when I think about why I would continue to do this, it's all worth it. And it's all of you, right? Like, all of you come in here and listen to me at least. I mean, we have plenty of other means of entertainment, but like,
what's that smell?
This plant is worth all of us getting together, chooching a few, talking about it. If y'all don't mind, let me rant about it every once in a while because it's that damn worth it. Let's try and get as many Jimmy Andersons and the Goats and Mikes and, you know, let's bring as many new friends to this and, you know, speak the proper properties of it, you know? Yeah, I mean, guap, like, that's what I'm saying, like, to smoke 20,000, to smoke 46 pounds worth, just for toxic shock purposes, you know? Oh, we're right back. It's time to smoke one. No. Vaporizer. Backy to backy, when you feel it creeping up on you. Oh. I had some nieces and nephews over the other day, so I put my feet away. I really do kind of want to smoke this vaporizer now that I just said it. So let me go get my weed really quick. I'll be right back. Sorry for making y'all wait. I'll be right back. BRB, my friendies. Oh, shit. Got them grinders there.
Take me higher, baby. Can you feel it? Feel it, feel it, feel it, feel it. Do you feel the same weed high that I feel? Cause I'm so high. Reefer makes you feel that way. And I'm feeling so right.
Off that la 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 la. We got what we needed.
Off that la 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 la. And I just been smoking
And smoking.
Smoke another blunt, roll another up. You know that weed can really ease your mind. Every time I smoke good reefer, that Indo high makes me fly.
If everybody smoked a blunt,
Smoke the blunt, relieve the mind. The world could be a better place if everybody took a break and we all just got wasted.
yep, take a break and get wasted.
Coked out,
Smoked out,
choked,
smoked out.
pull another O. Let's get P.O.D. day.
P.O.D. day.
P.O.D. day. The weed can't get no better, baby. $20 hollers all day.
Every day. All right.
Come around my way, you gon' wanna stay.
Let me just get this thing packed up. Sorry about it.
Makes me hungry, happy, and all I can say. Sure, I need some more. Don't make we wait.
Oh, here we go.
Stay awake, fake sleep. Got the weed between the sheets.
Good
Catch
old
me,
old
Mary
Mora.
J. Bless me. Open
Pretty
up
okay
the
so
mind,
far.
stimulate your
You know,
mind, slide my thumb
I'm like 3,
up the blunt.
4, or 5 of these things.
Open
You guys
up
have
and
actually
what
watched
you
me smoke
find.
every one of them.
You don't really
Never
know.
used it
Never
outside of
been
a
in
stream.
high time. Never been in high
Goes
time.
okay.
Never been in high times, but
The
can
first
you
few
tell
hits,
me
meh.
I've been
But that's
so
like with all
high
vapes,
all
right?
my
Well,
life?
once it hits
Am I
hemp, you kind of got to give it like a soft little.
Am I high enough? Am I high enough? Am I high enough? I remember being a little thug. Weed really didn't know what it was. Then I took a puff and I realized I should always stay high.
Oh, you delicious Mandarin Skittles. Oh, you don't get the full orangey flavor that you get when you combust it, but you're mighty close, right? It's got that vape thing going on, but my God, is it delicious.
I'm a real weed smoker. If it's mine, then I would. Since it's yours, you could.
I will forever recommend you, if you ever have the capabilities of getting yourself a hold of a little ozone, Mandarin Skittles, they might call it Mandarin ZKZ now, something of that nature.
Feeling alright. Smokers get high, so high.
Do it. Try it out. In any form. Flower, phenomenal if you're a flower person. Their vapes of this thing. What a delicious treat. Their concentrate of this thing. What's up, Sean Whitney, you lovely ass man? How you doing, brother? Happy Thursday.
In the basement, mixing up the medicine. I'm on the pavement, thinking about the government. The man in a trench coat, badge out, laid off, says he got a bad cough, wants to get it paid off. Look out, kid, it's something you did. God knows when, but you're doing it again. You better
that?
duck down the alleyway, looking for a
Get
new
down.
friend. A man in an old ball
Oh, there
cap
it
with a
is.
big pen, wants a letter
Oh!
to fill. You only
No,
got
it's on the
10.
other side now. Yeah, I might have just
Maggie
left
comes
it.
Fleetfoot, face full of black soot, talking that the heat put plants in the bed, but the phone's tapped
Better-
anyway.
no.
Maggie says that many say they must bust an early
Alright,
mail
now we
order
gotta
from
change
the
it.
VA.
Nope,
Look
wrong
out,
way.
kid,
This
no
way.
matter what you did,
Y'all see
walk
it?
on your tiptoes,
Yeah.
don't tie no bows, better stay away
Don't need a weatherman to know which way the wind blows. You just smoke. Blow it in the air.
Hang around an ink well, ring bell, hard to tell if anything is going to sell. Try hard, get barred, get back, right braille, get jail, jump bail, join the army if you fail. Look out, kid, you're gonna get hit by losers, cheaters, six-time users, hang around the theaters, girl by the whirlpools, looking for a new fool. Don't follow leaders, watch parking meters. Get born, keep warm, short pants, romance, learn to dance, get dressed, get blessed, try to be a success, please her, please him, buy gifts, don't
Oh, hell yeah. Hold on,
put you on the day shift. Look out,
I think I can probably do it from here. Hold on one second. I've been requested for the Skee Bop song. And hold on. Text message form. Somebody wants to. Oh. Like. Hibbity Skee Bop dippity doo. How do I make this thing go back in there and be another vape? Second go at it. Shit. I don't know how to find it. Oh no. Why did it just... Dude, what is happening? Alright, I'm gonna have to send you a link to that song another way. I'm not finding it here. Let me figure it out. Ah.
If you want my future, forget my past. If you want to get with me, I better make it fast. Now don't go wasting
My precious time.
Get your act together, we could be just fine. I'll tell you what I want, what I really, really want.
You know, I do. I love cannabis and I love some music, some good tunes, a little hanging with the friends, some homies, some gromies, some, you know,
If you want to be my lover,
Mandarin Skittles.
you're
not supposed to say that. Copyright it. I still am a fan of the old, you know, red, orange, yellow, green, purple.
Taking is too easy, but that's the way it is.
Pay homage where homage is due. I already use your words. Full name.
Say you can handle my love. Are you for real? Are you for real?
They should call it
Be hasty.
Mandarin
I'll give you a
Skibbity
try.
Bee Bop.
If you really bug me, then I'll say goodbye. Yo, I'll tell you what I want, what I really, really want. So tell me what you want, what you really, really want. I wanna really, really, really wanna zig
You can
zig.
say, ah.
If you wanna be my lover, you gotta get with my friends.
Using it a second time doesn't do so good. Oh, we might have been. Can you see that?
If you wanna be my
Look at how burnt up that thing is looking. Can it just show it to you? Look at that thing. You can see the discoloration at the top. It was really going for it.
So here's a story from A to Z. You wanna
I wanna
get
throw
with
this
me?
away.
You gotta listen carefully. We got him in the place who likes it
Probably
in the
so
face.
hot. I was
He
about
likes
to
it,
touch
he
it.
likes it on a
I have this
TV. He doesn't
weird
talk
thing
much.
about,
She's a
like, I'm
real
like, is
lady.
that hot? I mean, why is it so hot?
As for me,
You know? And then you touch it because you're like, that, I don't know why.
wind it all around.
It was just inside of a thing that I know heats up to multiple 100 degrees, so it's not going to throw it away yet.
Friendship never ends.
Alright. Thanks for listening to my logic. I just want to touch it so bad. How long? Did you blow on it?
If you wanna be my lover, you gotta slam your body down and wind it all around. Slam your body down and wind it all around.
Oh, it's actually quite cool.
Slam your body down and wind it.
It was because of my gentle blows.
Slam your body down and zig zig.
Bet you want to have that one clipped, don't you, Biz? No chance. You don't even know how to do it. I know how. I'm now going to teach you. Or give it to you. No chance. Although you did definitely the broken bong was pretty good. I could definitely come back. Never mind.
You wanna be mine, zigga zigga.
You wanna be mine?
My lover, lover.
As I mentioned before, and as I'll continually keep mentioning, I love cannabis, and I hope to help you gain access to or knowledge of through my ranting about. It was the best thing ever, though, because it was like one of my favorite things. Because this is the truth. My uncle, at the end, like, we talked for probably a good 20 minutes about cannabis. Okay, I talked for a good 20 minutes about cannabis. And by the time it was all said and done, he literally said, holy shit, it's awesome that you know that much, and it's really cool to hear you speak on it. I can hear that you actually really like it. He's a cannabis consumer. But he goes, I've literally smoked my entire life, and I've never thought about this plant in that way. I've never even given it any consideration. And again, hearing you talk about it is great. I'll never remember a word that you just said. I won't be able to go back and tell anybody about it, but it sounds really cool, and I like that you know that about it, and hearing you talk about it is very interesting. You should do that sometime. That's what I do literally every Thursday, bruh. Come in here and just talk to me. Oh, what's good to you, you great human? Shy Ty. Happy Thursday. But yeah, so it was really cool to hear him say that. It was cool because you're right. We all only understand what we understand about what we understand stuff about. We only have the perspective that we have. And I share a respect and a commonality with a lot of folks who care about this plant in the same way. But the aspects and the ways that you care about it can be so much different than the aspects and the ways that somebody else can care about it. And my uncle will continue to forever use cannabis, right? That's just his jam. Same way I will probably. And I'll say probably for him too. We're both probably, right? But this plant has been that good to both of us. We'll use it for fucking ever. It means two completely different things to both of us. And even for me to sit secondhand and listen to people's glory stories and the awesome shit, to be the third recanting of it. You guys are just hearing me tell stories of it. It's probably even harder to get more involved or to get that excited, right? You probably got to be a good storyteller. And I hope that I can be or am at times. But it is these stories and it is these understandings, these individual perspectives of this thing, that help us paint the greater picture for it. And as long as the people who know it scientifically, mathematically, medicinally continue to preach and advocate for this thing in those perspectives, then it has the potential to perpetuate outwardly, but also when the person who needs it finds it or hears it or knows, oh my god, there is the source of information that I've been looking for, what the individual who receives the tidbit of knowledge that changes their lives physiologically in a health sense, right? Like, people literally use this as medicine. It is the craziest concept to me, and I said this for a year or two when I literally worked in front of it. It's crazy that this thing is able to help so many people in so many different ways, while I literally use it for my psychological health. While I use it to be the fuck it all and the comfort that I can daily drive through life so that I'm not so edgy, so that I'm not so anxious, that I'm able to regulate some of my daily feelings, right? And to see that, to be the individual who gets the information and can take it somewhere. I don't know who they are, where they are, what, you know, like what I'm gonna have to say to make it so that more of the medical patients of this world understand that I can assist them in getting through the awkward phases, but also probably getting closer to success faster with this plant. There's a lot of people, if you walked into a dispensary nowadays, are probably going to tell you about some strain names, some really cool growers in the world, some THC percentages. And that's great. There's some people that are probably going to overtalk you about terpenes and their interactions and how important it is to know that, because it's more than just sativa or indica. And you're probably just going to get overwhelmed with all the words that people use. I think, again, just the basic way, and it has to be almost individual. So I was talking to Guapo earlier today, and I said, like, man, how cool would it be to just run a fucking dispensary for yourselves, to actually be able to go out there and do it and, you know, make your means of a living for the rest of your life by just being good at what you do. Make people want to come through and know, right? And then allow the words of the people to travel. I want the pay it forward marketing to go on. I just want to go help people who need the help and then let it pay forward, baby. And cannabis is that. That's all it has to be. Let the good stories just perpetuate outwardly. And I promise you, there's so many good stories that if we just paid more attention to it, it would be growing still. Currently, it's almost being, it's probably suppressed or being stifled. Because there's not enough profit from there's less people that are hurt and need to use this in the glory story sense of what it's there for, where those stories are getting spread less, or it's happening behind closed doors because I don't have to tell you about my use anymore. It doesn't have to be medical or recreational or anything. I can go in, access it, and giddy up. But again, all access to cannabis, hopefully proper. Methods of ingestion, cannabinoids, terpenoids, in that direct order, and please don't graduate from zone 1 unless you know every aspect of it. Please don't try different methods of ingestion before you try to find different cannabinoids, right? Depending on what you're trying to do. Then you've tried different cannabinoids. Now it's time to try different terpenoids. And within that concoction, we find so much symptom alleviation. It's unbelievable. But we also see some direct condition treatment where, like, literally reversal of condition has happened. I've just watched it. I don't like. I know, and everybody's like, yeah, it's glorious. Like, I don't know, right? I would imagine the initial thought to that would be like, whatever, dude, gory stories are everywhere. And sure, people fucking fix their cancer with it. Like, no. People are fixing their fucking cancer with this thing. And we still can't figure out how the fuck to regulate it tax-wise. We still can't figure out... I'm telling you, governments that already have it in place are going, okay, well, we need to tax it more. Or they're going, we need to get rid of it. We need to restrict access to it again. It's just a drug. We're just letting people have access to drugs. And now, look at what they're doing. They're turning it into some hemp thing. Now they're just selling it at gas stations. We can't figure out how to regulate the damn thing. Well, that's because it doesn't need to be regulated. If you want to put a reasonable tax structure in place, I think that there's means for that, right? I think taxes are fucking theft to begin with, but we're not going down that rabbit hole. I purely just believe that fucking if that's what it needs to be, make a reasonable means of taxation and allow everybody access. Period. Whether it's consumption, whether it's cultivation, distribution, fucking transportation. There's so many aspects of this thing where so many people could be doing stuff with it, and we're just not allowed to. Weirdest shit in the whole world. Oh, it's healthcare, baby. Yeah. Thanks, but I appreciate you, friends. And you gotta imagine, Seymour, a blood type would definitely... I don't know that that's true or not. I don't know how different blood types interact with transportation of... But you would imagine that there's gotta be something there. What is the differences in viscosity, in... I don't know what... there's gotta be something there that's worth at least noting. All right, Seymour, I think that there's plenty there. I don't know enough to say up or down, but you gotta imagine that every factor of our individuality plays in how we all receive this thing differently. Even where I used to tell people all the time, from day to day, if you ate the same single edible, you would have different effects. One, maybe the edible has a variance in it, right? We don't know how big the variance is. If it's a 15% industry standard, all right, and it's a 10 milligram, that means it could be 8.5 or 11.5, right? So, is there, in that 3 milligram gap, is there that big of a difference? Maybe, right? But is it because we ate more the one day? Is it because we didn't eat anything the one day? Is it because we had more water? We did more exercising. We had more movement. There was just more digestion going on, period. We laid the foundation for by eating properly for a day or two, comparatively to eating trash and having... What are the factors that go into digestion, especially of an edible, right? That make it a different delivery from dose to dose. Even where maybe inhalation, and I'm saying maybe because inhalation tends to stay more true. And that's why I beg everybody who's even afraid of inhalation to at some point give it a shot. Because it is the most direct, it's the best breakthrough method of ingestion that you have access to, but it also is the most versatile, right? Edibles, concentrates, or like Ficos, RSOs, full cannabis extract oils, whole plant extract oils, like I think those things, they're a better variety chance. Edibles are just a run of distillate, right? whether it came from sativa plants or indica plants, most of the times has been killed off, or they've trapped those terpenes and they're going to use them for other things that they would profit off of more. Why would you waste terps that in Colorado, when I last saw terpenes, actual raw cannabis derived terpenes getting sold, 1 gram of them in a vial was $300. Okay? It is literally the essence of something. It's so unnecessary to have the perfumed terpenoids. I call them perfumed because the best way for me to associate, or for us to associate, it is just so raw of that thing that it is like fucking, you know, it's like perfume almost. $300 a gram. There's no way they're just chucking them back into fucking edible batches, because why not? Right? People are retaining that and using it to make their cartridges or whatever it is. And if they're not, they're just running a distillate, whatever comes out of the end of it, which they've probably killed most of the terps and then fucking siphoned them off. It's probably just a raw distillate. It's probably just a fucking, you know, a high concentrate THC oil at that point. Oh, to grow, and it's going great, brother. I fucking love this shit. Gare Bear, I didn't even say what up. Oh my god. Anita and Lucy, happy Thursday. I'm just over here ranting and shit. What's up, friends? Seymour. No, and I just wanted, I wish that, like, I could help facilitate the research, right? Help us understand some of the things that are, like, is it blood type? Is it digestion, by, you know, stomach, right? Because I've watched a lot of very large individuals, both like just strong and built, and then overweight, tall, very large individuals use very small quantities of THC and get very affected by it. And then I've watched very frail, small, dainty individuals use copious amounts of this thing and it not even affect them in the smallest. So is it also that you're smaller and daintier and whatever because your stomach enzymes aren't absorbing, and you're bigger and stronger because your stomach is absorbing more, right? Because food has a lot to do with the fuel that we have to build and grow muscles and all that. So there's a lot of factors in digestion that make it so, like, help us understand this thing, where then it could be used more medicinally, more scientifically. And when I've talked a lot in the past, I want to see the Burger Kinging of cannabis. By calling it the Burger King, I want it to be, you can have it your way. Separate all cannabinoids, all terpenoids, allow it to be done in all different methods of ingestion. So have it available to be just pretty much sucked up into a straw, ingested into whatever method, if it's a gummy or a capsule or a smokable or whatever, and just have you use your concoction of all of those different things, because I think there might be enough puzzle pieces there where if you were able to figure out what puzzle pieces you needed precisely, you could just build that up, right? That would be cool. But to be able to do exactly that, we would have to have a lot more studying of the human anatomy and physiology. Seymour, I think it's super fascinating too. I think how cannabis also plays in the neural network is very neat. How it how it affects our cognition and our electrical impulse and the ability to transfer information, and whether that is interpreted by those of us who use it and feel better because of it as a positive, or those who scientifically can look at the mathematics of it and go, okay, well, here is where deterioration may happen by prolonged use of it, right? Which I would love to see the math on that. There's plenty of people you could study, right? Snoop Dogg, Willie Nelson, myself. Shit, put us all under the knife and see, right? Like, I don't really want to go under a knife. I don't know what you need. Maybe draw a little blood or something. That sounds good. Don't knife me up, dog. You want to take a brain scan and a little chest x-ray? You want to do a pulmonology test? Put us through some of these tests, all right? IQ, cognition, things of that nature. I'd be happy to compare myself and my use of things, especially like in the neural network. I think that's really neat, you know? I just saw something the other day. I don't remember what college it was. I feel bad because it's super neat what they did. They mapped kind of in a 3D setting what a brain looks like and what the neural network looks like. They dissected a brain into like 700 different cubes or parts or something like that, and then they built up whatever that was, and then they ran it through a 3D imaging pretty much, and they built a very cool representation. I beg y'all to go look at it at some point. I don't remember the video now. I feel bad that I don't take notes of this and tell you all more. But the map of how the neurons run through the brain and what the pathways look like. It almost looks like a bunch of hairs or a bunch of like fingers or something that are all inside the brain, and the way the electrical impulse goes through and where it's grabbing different information from to do different shit, and how this plant can be as beneficial as it is in mental health. It's gotta be, and I think it's 55%, and it might even be more than that. I think that's what my mind recalled when I started thinking about it, and I don't even know where that number's from, so who knows what it is, but I think it's it's above 50% of cannabis use is recognized as being used for mental health reasons. Even to call it a fuck it all, like I do a lot, is a medicinal response. It's a mental health response. If everything is massively burdensome and causing anxious response, for you to use something that suppresses that and makes you feel comfortable or whatever it is, why in the fuck is that? How is that bad? And if the long term of it is, again, Snoop Dogg, Willie Nelson, Cheech and Chong, I mean, you know, I'm 20 plus years of use now. A lot of us in this room might even be pushing that, right? Some may be in the 30 years of use. I don't know how old some of my friends in here are. I don't know. Maybe it's Gawani. I know you said that you've been doing shit for a while, but I don't know how consistent your use was through all of it. You know, I don't even know. I think 20, 30, maybe we got a 40-year user in here who's been consistent. Do you feel like you've been cognitively impacted? And there's times, I'm going to be dead ass, and all of you've got to agree with this, where you're going, okay, I can't remember some shit. Is that the weed, or is that just me not being able to remember shit? Or is it because I associate different things as being important to store in the memory bank? Like, I can recall, if you ask me, okay, when the last time we disc golfed, right? How did the round go? I can start to dig into my brain and go, okay, we started on hole 1. You threw... I remember I threw over to the right, and you threw over to the left. You missed your putt, I made my putt. I can start to do that for, like, past experiences as far as, like, disc golf rounds, but I care about disc golf. It's something I'm passionate about. If you ask me what happened at work, you know, months ago, I can recall pretty good details to some of the things that I experienced.
Let the bodies hit the floor. Let the bodies hit the floor.
Here we go. Yeah, I don't know. I just think that there is so many, there's so much cool shit that happens around the cannabis world and in this cannabis space, and for me individually because of cannabis. Also interpersonally because of cannabis. A lot of the experiences that I have, a lot of the experiences I can recall are cannabis associated, right? And I think to a degree, could that impact different aspects of my life negatively? I'm sure. But if you're able to understand that that is where your passion lies and where you feel the most comfortable, and that's why you are better at remembering during those times and whatever, like, is it a negative against your brain, right? That's what this whole thing, like, is it positive or negative? Study it if that's what we need to do, but for so many of us going, but it helps me, makes me feel good. The only thing, like I just said, that I can say every once in a while, I go, fuck, I think I forgot where my keys are at. I don't. I keep them in my pocket. It's easy to remember where they're at that way. Care Bear, I don't know about the G-Base Gardener. I don't know about it. I sure do like this plant. I sure do hope that we all get access to it. I hope that it is the alleviant that I believe that it is for those who need to use it for mental health. I hope that it has the potency that I believe that I've seen it have for other folks when you're trying to use it for your medical condition. This thing's a Swiss Army knife, of relief. And I hope to spread the good words of it so that everybody has access. Damn good plant, Garrett Bear. Oh, we're getting so close to Hibbity Skee Bop. Somebody wanted the I'm so sorry to be choking over here all the time. Let me copy this link. All right, I have to send the link through there. That is the link that I just sent is for Hibbity Skee Bop. All right, I've been requested to send that. I was unable to figure out how to do it from my phone, so I have to send it right there. I can send it in text message form at some point. Don't get yawny on me now. Think I need some of that stevia. Give me some stevia. Kind are you? You think you're Steva? Guys and gals, white or green? Which one do you think's more Steva? Oh, Gare Bear, you gotta put that good CBD crema. You don't have to go to college. You can just come hang with Aaron and Dave. Yeah, Seymour Green. I'm into it. You might be right. You're probably, I mean, you know, run it. How can you can't even be wrong. That's the thing. Ooh, I like that, Gary. I've been putting a little bit of CBD crema on my ankle every once in a while because it's been feeling really ouchy. I've been wearing some high ankle boots. I think that's kind of been part of the issues. I kind of want to go towards the bottom where there's more of that saucing. Oh my god. Oh my god! I feel like there's a little bit of a bigger one. Look at that. There's a hell. Well, you think that's a lot? I don't know. It's hard to tell on a camera, huh? Have to go to college. You can just come hang with Aaron and me. Cheers, fam. Appreciate y'all for hanging out. Cheers, Care Bear. Cheers, Dudley Dawson. I like this song a lot too. I'm partial to ones that why aren't Bowie's songs on here? I hate war. I hate people using bombs to kill people that are poor. I hate a little. My buddy Bowie made a couple of the best banger boppers there are out there. I hate fear. I hate all the threats I can't end with a spear. I hate the Kudos to you on picking the green. It just tastes so good.
oversized glove. I hate to be a hater and I hate that I hate, 'cause if I had no hate then everything would be great.
A great line. If I had no hate, everything would be great.
Once upon a time there was a
Such a
tavern
good song, or I would change it to Hibbity Skee
where
Bop.
we used to raise a glass or two. Remember how we laughed away the hours.
Think of all the great things we would do.
Those were the days, my friend.
We thought they'd never end. We'd sing and dance forever and a day. We'd live the life we choose. We'd fight and never lose. Those were the days.
short highway. La 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 da da da, la 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 da da da, da 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 da, la da 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 da. Then the busy years went rushing by us. We lost our starry notions on the way. If by chance I'd see you in the tavern, we'd
Smile at one another and we'd say, those were the days, my friend. We thought they'd never end.
sing and dance.
Forever and a day. We'd live the life we choose. We'd fight and never lose.
Those were the days, oh yes, those were the days.
La da 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 da, la da 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 da, la da da da, la da 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 da.
Just tonight, I stood before the tavern. Nothing
What a nice smoke that was. I do feel more sativa'd up.
I saw a
Feel great.
reflection. Was
I could talk forever. Sorry to all of you for Ay, ay, ay. Oh, I did. Two Dope Dudes on Wednesdays gets premiered. So it's a live premiering of the show. There's a live chat that goes on. Some of you have probably been part of it. But it's a lot of fun. I like to do that. But fuck did I even bring that up for? Two Dope Dudes. You guys should check that out. It's a lot of fun. No, what the fuck was I talking about? Hey, Sativa. I'm gonna change. You know, I won't even say her name because it'll freak some of y'all's fucking houses out. Y'all got your that Alessandra. You know who I'm talking about? You know who I'm saying right now? Okay. Serrano. You know what I mean? Those two people. Okay. If I say them out loud, you know, it'll just bomb your whole house right now. It'll just, you know. I say something like, Alexa, what's 0 divided by 0, you know? And then your Alexa hears it, and then it's just, it's like, man, I'm ruining my night. You know? I say, hey, Siri, and then some of y'all's phones are freaked out now. They don't even know what to do. It's a Bing? What? What'd you say? Are you talking to me? No, we ain't talking to you. Fuck the bed. Oh. Y'all just appreciate the song too. What the fuck was I talking about? Holy sativa.
Well, we all have a face that we hide away forever, and we take them out
Oh.
and show ourselves when everyone has
Let me just read the
gone.
lyrics.
Some are satin,
Some are steel, some are silk, and some are leather. They're the faces of the strangers. Oh, I like this one. The Strangers. Y'all know about it?
Well, we all fall in love, but we disregard the danger. Though we share so many secrets, there are some we never tell.
Oh.
Why were you so surprised that you never saw the stranger? Did you ever let your lover see the stranger in yourself?
Oh.
Don't be
Whoa.
afraid to try
Listen
again.
here. Everyone comes out every now and then. Ooh, don't be wild.
Someone else you should know by now.
Oh, it's a good, good song. I was watching Survivor the other day, as I often do. God, I fucking love that show. I think, dude, 20 hours, 22 hours of plane flight. is what stops me from. I would apply right now. I would go make an application for it. Except for that plane flight is literally, I'm like, dude, it fucks my brain up to even think about it. Like, I couldn't take that much Xanax in a row. I can't sleep for 22 fucking hours on a plane. I have to, like, get to Hawaii, right, with Xanax, and then, like, overdope myself with Xanax again to get down to fucking Fiji from there, or whatever the fuck. Anyway, watching Survivor the other day, and what did they say? What were we talking about, did they say? I got it. It's gonna come back to me. Oh, they were on the island together, right? So it's like more of an intimate setting. We're talking about The Stranger. It's a song that's playing in the background. It's a Billy Joel song for everybody who needs to hear it after this. I can send this one into the. Let me hear. I'll just give you the. All right, link's coming. All right. Anyway, it's about being a stranger, not showing your true self to people. We always hold back. We all got that face that we hide behind. We all know that we have to play cool in the presence of others. But he brings up a good point. Like, do we ever show our lovers like the stranger that we are? But do you ever see the stranger that they are? But do you ever show them the stranger that you are? And the people on Survivor said that I have said more about the true intimate parts of my life to the people on this island than I have to the people that are back at home that are my most loved one. I've been more exposed and whatever. And I think the reason for that... Uh-oh. Jesus Christ. Who knows what... Where's this going? The best song. I'm gonna give you the time because...
I love crackers when they're in my chili. I made a way to ding-a-ling. I want a dong with Diddy Kong. Do you know what he just said?
Trip trap, keep up, lad. Giggity diggity, no doubt, baby. Doggity doggity, rainbow trout lady. Two.
Slew a cuckoo who do the French true.
On the number 2, we doing what we do. Bubba bubba honey, happy meal, go crazy. Wiggle woggle dilly doddle.
Double down, you know I gotta eat a
Like
skeet a
that.
pancake eater. You and me for now and later.
Too sweet, take chase, can a double do. Make this joint just for you. Are you gonna explain this Canadian stranger to me? Or did you just need me to say it out loud so that you could... Now you're giggling that I said it out loud, you little... He said it! Now I gotta tell you what it means. Clip it. Clip what he said. Fuck you, Phil. What does it mean? I'm gonna look it up over here, you fucking jackass. Don't say it now. You're gonna fucking ruin my whole chat over here. This has been a healthy, wholesome conversation in here. A lot like the Houdini. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's funny. It's funny that I just said, hold on. I haven't even typed in. Stop. I'm gonna get. Yeah, it is Houdini like, but anyway. All right. You're fucking wild, Don. Crazy, dude. We're in here wholesome, dude. I don't even know what the fuck we were talking about. It probably had something to do with Bob. No, we don't. I can't even tell you anymore. I know what it was. Oh! Survivor. Love that show. The Stranger. Yeah. No, just be cool. Just, you know, and what it really sometimes you share some more of the intimate shit with the people you smoke a doink with, who you can be like more common with, you know. Everybody gets along a little bit here. I just need, yeah. You don't love me no more.
You don't care about me crying on the floor. You don't need me no more. You don't want me to love you no more.
Yeah, I like that. I know what you're saying.
Say that you love me, turn around, then backstab me. All the pain of forgiveness, even time couldn't fix this. Like a fool, begs for supper, find myself waiting for her, only to find the broken pieces of my heart that was needed for my soul to
Love again. Do. Fuck with this song pretty hard. Yep. Ganja, how you been, brother? You doing all right?
You don't feel me no more. You don't want me to love you no more.
Dude, I'm on the edge over here. Living on the edge.
Say that you love me, turn around, then backstab me. All the pain
of forgiveness, even time
couldn't
fix this like a fool. Begs for supper by myself, waiting for her.
only to find the broken pieces of my heart that was needed from my soul to love again.
All right. Yeah.
Say that you love me, turn around, then backstab me. All the pain of forgiveness, even time couldn't fix this. Like a fool, begs for supper, find myself waiting for her, only to find the broken pieces of my heart that was needed for my soul.
Ooh, better than last week's good. Better than this. Yep. Let's do that. Let's do even gooder than this week next week. I start vacation. Let's do that. I am going out of town 11th, 12th, 13th. Nope, that's a lie. Yep, that's the truth. This Sunday, I'll be golfing this Sunday. Putting a little swings to the ground, a little ball golfs in the air. I do love ball golfing. For those who are out there, you all know I do love a mean ball golf. Okay. Yeah. Sunday for golfing. Anybody out there golf? Y'all should. Disc golf? Oh, love that. What a hobby. A little cannabis with either one of them. Real nice.
Silent life, a crime, a man about circumstance, a victim of ghetto demands. Feed me money for style, and I'll let you trip for a while. Insecure from the past, how long can a good thing last? No, got to be mellow, y'all.
All right.
Gotta get mellow now. Push a man getting mellow, y'all. Heavy mind, every side, making money all the time. My LD and just me for all junkies to see.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry to be rude. I'm rude. You got some new used discs? I like that, Seymour. Fucking run that up. From Florida? Oh, nice. Nice. I like that. I've been trying to do some workouts lately, and the other day I did some squats and my legs are kind of a little bit sore. I've consumed some CBD to try to help alleviate some of that. It's not a bad thing. Actually, y'all, that like workout pain stuff, I gotta get back into it, man. Here I am, winter weight, you know? Oh, Gary. I would say the exact same thing about you, brother. Yeah, what a moment. What a fucking moment, Gary. The universe gave that to both of us, you know that shit? That's, and it'll happen again no matter what. But the fact that it even happened, that was a universe being real nice to both of us, bro. I'm glad that everything worked out and I was able to get it down. I'm telling you, yeah. Oh, man. I think, with that said, like, sharing good moments with good people, period, is just the fucking... yeah. It was great. There was a lot of laughter. There was a lot of there's good smoke. You know, shit. Yeah, great food. Oh boy, hey, I went a little bit aggressive there. Little big boy at the big boy, if you know what I mean. If you don't, you know, IYKYK. You know, that's it. I feel like somebody should have a mute button on me for just saying that. I kind of want to kick my own ass, to be quite honest with y'all. I was talking... I brought this up earlier. That's what I brought it up for. I can't stand listening to myself talk. It's better to be an extrovert for me. You know? Just spew it out there. Let it go. When I hear myself talk, I'm like, God damn it. You're driving me nuts, dude. What the fuck you talking about? But the reason why for me a lot of times is because I know what the fuck I want to say so bad when I hear myself start to say it again, and I'm like, that's not what you were talking about. What the fuck you tailing off in conversation for, bro? I do this shit too much. Big with the big boy, that's it. Goddamn. Enjoy your life. Oh, I got the coughs. They've got me. Anyway, then, yeah. Shit. I don't even know what the fuck I was talking about. Didn't even matter. Oh, I was talking about my... Yeah. We're gonna get in a vicious loop. That sounds like a fever LSD thing. Sorry. You know what I mean? Keep waking up in the same fucking conversation and shit. Maybe that's what it's from. Never mind. Some old rewirings have been on, you know? Rewired permanently. I think it's for the better. You know? So what? I don't remember what the fuck I ate yesterday. I can think about it. It'll come back to me. Oh, I tried to make some chorizo, which I often do. But I'm gonna tell you the real cheat. And it's not. I use Jenny O's chorizo. To be honest with you, turkey based. It bangs. Okay, I'm just telling y'all. Whatever you think doesn't matter. I'm sorry if you're not into it. I know it's not Authentico. I can't make authentic fucking chorizo taste good. I don't know what the fuck it is, what I'm doing, how I'm fucking it up so bad. Maybe I've just got bad chorizo. Okay? But the last 2 times I cooked the shit on the Authentico pork side of things, I've been like, nah. Last night, I cooked this thing. And the tacos were small, okay? I'm a bigger one too. I ate 1/2 of a taco in one bite. I said, I don't think this is for me. Nah, I don't really like that. I'm not gonna eat that other one. And I felt bad because I had a taco with food in that I put my mouth on. Nobody else is gonna eat it. And I was like, God damn it, should I eat this thing or not? You know? And the very, concern. I just try to make sure that like we don't waste food, right? Well, I'm more in the like, once I commit to making it or doing it, I'm gonna fucking go 100% for it. Like I just want to get the food down. So then, anyway. But add the egg at the right time is important. Now that's, hey, there's where my fails are at. Nah, I mean, I cooked the shit out of it the one time, and it almost took on, like a burnt-ish flavor that I was not into. And the one that I took last night, like, I could start to see the transition of color. It says cook for 5 to 8 minutes. I had an omelet tonight with chorizo in it. And they cooked that shit in like 8 minutes, dude. My food was on my table 8 minutes later, bro. You know what I mean? It was fire. Tastes so good. I love chorizo. One of my favorite, like, foods. Whoever invented that. But I promise y'all, you think I'm fucking around. Have that fucking Jenny O one, I'm turning y'all onto some shit. I think I'm messing. It's so good. Some of them wanna get used by you. Some of them want to be abused. Sweet dreams are made of these. Who am I to disagree? I've traveled the world in the 7 seas. Yeah, well, I'm gonna tell you what. 0 times in my life, 0 have I fucked up to Jenny O. Thank you, Jenny, for the oh so yummy. They also got a breakfast sausage. God damn, dude. Jenny O, turkey, amazing. I'm so into it. Anyway. Who am I to disagree? I've traveled the world. Cannabis talks were happening. I've literally been sidetracked for an hour. Have I even talked about cannabis in the last hour or something? I feel like I'm sidetracked. All I'm thinking about now is food myself. I'm not even hungry. I don't even want food. I just can't get out of this damn chorizo mindset. Or now I'm talking to Jenny O. It's freaking me out. Think about all the food. Anyway.
While he was scheming, I was beaming in the beamer, just beaming.
What else happened? There was something in the cannabis world that I was going to talk about too. Any big... Oh, Gary, I'm going to tell you what. Dawn Whitney, good night, you lovely. I appreciate you spending your time in here. I might be following you. I'm trying to figure out the hell I'm talking about. I got 2 sativa. This is what happens when I smoke too much sativa. I really do believe it is. Okay. Listen, I know that that's a very bland statement, and I know that I'm the one who could argue it the greatest. But I do believe that when there is something that is a more racier, limonene dominant, pinene forward strain, I tend to get into the racier thought process, and I'm trying to like solve all the world's problems in one thought. I'm trying to sum it all up in one blink. There it goes, you know. And oh my god, but that's happening like fucking a lot of times. And it's hard sometimes because I start to talk about one thing. I'm going in a direction, but one of the words sidetracks me down another parallel, okay? And boy, can we shoot around before we come back to what the fuck we were talking about. And most of the time, you guys probably know a lot if you've listened in here a lot. I'll just keep talking, and then all of a sudden it'll fucking come back, or Guapo will go, hey, you were talking about this, and then all of a sudden, bingo, bingo, mother, I got it. We'll solve that thought. But my main thought is, all of my whole main thought today was advocate for cannabis. Continue to do the thing. It is probably the industry that I will work in. Currently, I've looked at a few others, and maybe I find another one, but I know cannabis well. I think I have a lot to offer to the industry. I think that I'm capable of doing a lot of the operations involved. So you might see me back in the cannabis world at some point. Oh shit! Shoo, Gary Bear, I'm out of it. No more food talk. I got it. But no, I want to be back in the cannabis space. I don't want. No. I do want to, but I want everybody to be there. Right? Because I think a lot of us wouldn't mind actually working some avenue of cannabis and like sustaining your livelihood by it. And there's plenty of avenues for it. Currently, the main breadwinner and moneymaker, which is cultivation or distribution, is so regulated and governed that average Joes like you and I don't have the opportunity to access it. And even if we did, the cost of entry purely in licensing and permitting and building and whatever, we're talking literal millions of dollars to access this thing. Where some of us understand the cost of a couple of seeds and know how long it would take to grow a little bit of something and believe that we could make X amount of product that would, provide for X amount of demand, and once that meets, there's a exchange of goods and services. And be it that we all are forced to use this currency that you have given us, So then be it that we can trade your currency to trade our goods, right? Like, and why you regulate what goods we can have or cultivate seems extreme. Now, I don't necessarily need everybody out there cultivating a bunch of poppy seeds, because we understand that in a concentrated dose, that can kill somebody pretty easily. We understand LD50s for all of these different chemicals. And yeah, I don't know. I'll advocate for cannabis for the rest of my life, and I'll try my damnedest to be part of the thing while it goes on, because it is one of the neater avenues to be able to make a means of living by. And it also is mighty rewarding to help its progression and its impact in the day-to-day of the general public. It's so neat. The amount of people who are going through the mental struggle. They're dealing with great levels of anxiety. They're dealing with great levels of depression, which are leading to very lackluster energy and output, or creativity and overall drive to do. So to have access to something as minimally invasive and so broadly beneficial, for it to be regulated the way that it is, it's for what I just said that I will continue to, that I believe Guapo will continue to, that all of you who work in the industry probably continue to do what we do. There is a great deal of gratification in helping or giving access to the person who is taking this home and calming the fuck down, feeling comfortable, feeling better, just getting the feels right? But also then dealing with a great deal of symptomatic relief as well. Headaches, nausea, inflammation and spasticity, neuropathy, nausea, did I say headache? I did say sleep, energy production, anxiety and depression, anti-tumoral, antifungal, anti, once you start throwing some of those CBD words around, right? CBs, oh, the CBs, oh, they're so good. Just stay away from the snortable or injectable. No, I don't know. What a badass plant. Thank you all for being part of this journey that I have set out on to advocate for cannabis, to help, you know what, more even, I think it's to advocate for human. Probably as much as for the plant. Probably even more, actually. It's infinitely more. Yeah. there's no doubt that the plant is great, but I only need the plant if there's it's for other people, and it's for, well, I would need it for if I was just here by myself too. My God, could you imagine a world alone without no weed? Oh, nope, no fucking thanks. Better be a lot of fucking Kraft mac and cheese left on the shelves out there. I don't know how long that shit is shelf stable for, but I'd be fucked. Anyway, so just give me some weed and shit. I'll get through. Tons of peanut butter or something. Anywho, yeah, I'm grateful. Grateful for y'all. I'm grateful for the plant, and I'm grateful for the people. And just keep on doing it for it. Everything's so, to me, it's all worth it. Happiness, health, love, wealth, a little bit of peace, a lot of love. Well, a lot of peace, actually. All the peace. Only peace. Yeah. A lot of love. And just a smidgen of understanding. All right, just a iota of the ability to understand somebody else's perspective. Literally, our perspective is only our own. Everything that we know to be true is true to us. It is not true to the other people around us. I understand that there are constants according to physical law and mathematics and sciences, and even constances, or let's even go into the spiritual religions and whatever histories. There are constants and consistencies that are undeniable, right? But there is a perspective thing that goes on in everything that turns us into such an individuality. We're like, what is the glue to make sure that all of us can take the extra second to slow down and make sure we're not getting it wrong? Make sure that we're actually seeing it for what each other are going through, and to be more accepting, to be less anxious and less quickly responsive. I don't need to fight you over everything or anything. Actually, I never want to fight you. There shouldn't have to be fighting. There should be understanding. The thing is, while there is greed and, all of the deadly things that are out there that plague the selfish responses that people are responding with, regardless of all of it, there seems to be this beautiful place that I can come back to, which is with this little plant in my hand and a couple of good friends around to share a story with, to talk about the goodnesses and the joys of life, what I see as the joys of life. You know what I've really been thinking about here lately? I think what I want to do is kind of change up, or I might still do Thursdays, but I've always really enjoyed just spitballing with people about their thoughts on life, right? Different aspects of it, whatever it is, and I like to go back and forth and have conversations that are more philosophical or insightful. They can be very personal at times, I guess, but I've had really, really, really cool conversations with a lot of friends. And I have a couple of unbelievably interesting people in my life who deserve to have their perspective heard as well, as much as I believe everybody does. But I like to talk about what does life mean to you, right? Like where are you at in the process of what makes you tick, what makes you happy, why do you do, right? And I think I might test run it. There's a cat that's as interesting as anybody some of us ever talk to, that I'm very close with, and I get to have some unbelievably cool conversations. There's a few though, and I think that like it would be cool to bring in my friends who have opinions or perspectives on maybe some of the things that people otherwise find controversial, right? And I think that's kind of podcast style, whatever, but like I want it to just be from real down to earth, real life people around that aren't paid to say what the fuck they're gonna say, that are very transparent and real. And like I have a few people that might be willing to do so. I don't know if they'll do it with their face on stream necessarily, but I know that a few people have been willing to talk back and forth, and you know, so if anybody's into that or thinks that is something they would like to listen to, watch out, I might just be doing it anyway. But I love talking about life. I like talking about the experience of life. What does it mean for what's your experience here? What keeps you grounded? What's your northern stars and shit? Do you put that much thought into things? Is it okay to have open conversation about this, or to have real deep personal thought and reflection on it? I think we all should. I think it's something that I think probably the Black Mirror has stolen from a lot of folks, right? It's the institution of things. The idea that everything has this pre-programmed progression, and that you can almost paint out what you think life needs to look like or should be like, and you always have this framework in your thoughts where there almost has to be an ability to stay more in the moment at times, and willing to adjust with the times. I think that you don't have to. You can be very stale and get old and cranky and grumpy and frumpy and pissed off and whatever because you're not willing to think differently. Or you can always have this insightful, let me hear where you're at, right? But I could go read about it, which a lot of people do. I think that's a beautiful means of compare and contrast, especially on topics that are more important to you. But the important topic to me is life, right? I like living. I like living and being around all y'all. I think it's neat as fuck to be able to do the things that we do, to feel the pleasures and the joys that we do, to experience all the differences that one plant has to offer, let alone the thousands or maybe even millions of plants that exist in the world. We have one that is just this fucking brilliant and does this much, and like, oh man, how cool is it that my perspective towards life, especially because it's allowed me to sustain through hay and everything, has been towards how does this plant help benefit people? How do we make it so that the access to this plant is more aligned with what is beneficial to the consumer and not the producer or the governor? It never makes sense that the person saying what you can do when you can do it reaps more benefit than the person who is doing the work for it or the person who is giving everything to consume it? It's just a wild concept, but god damn, what a cool plan, and what an opportunity all of us have to be here, to do this, to chum it up, and to be able to see. Because I think the thing is, we could seek a better level of peace, but a lot of us should be grateful and thankful, and I know that I desperately am, for the level of peace that we do know. There is a domestic threat, I think, at all times, that a different level of peace, like the atomic bomb, could settle, right? But I think the peace that we have of just life, period, is, I think it's good enough at times. And it's not that it's good enough, it's that I'm grateful. It's that if we're constantly seeking happiness, then are we happy? It's that if we never know, if we can never really, like I said, reflect on the idea of what happiness is to us individually, or what we need for the long term, and you know, yeah, I'm grateful, like no other, that life is as cool as it is. That I've had the opportunity at this point in my life to experience what I have. And I get to share my experiences, especially one of the ones of this planet. It is literally the driving fuel for me to continually do these Thursday nights, to do the Two Dope Dudes, to just say cannabis around me and watch me perk up, right? It's for how much it's given me personally. It's for how much I know it's capable of. And it's for how much I know we're just desperately missing out on. And it's so sad to me that there are so many people who have a poor perspective on this thing and are fearful in such a way that they've even gone as far as making it a career to incarcerate and incriminate. I just saw you guys know the guy that I like to listen to, Diary of a CEO. It's this one cat that I like to listen to some of his podcasts. I caught a clip of him. He had a ex-police chief of sorts. And the police officer said there was at one point when I started to sell drugs where, well, what happened was the other guy that I was working for, his lieutenant, or working with his lieutenant or whatever, I don't know the ranks here, okay, but he took the drugs that they busted from this one guy, sold it, and he brought back a couple $100 to the captain or whatever, the chief, and he said, here is a few $100, and he goes, what's this for? And he goes, I took that stuff out of the thing, but you know, if you let me take it, like, I can always make sure that we make a few bucks off of this product that we're busting off of people. So the cop goes, well, I guess, I mean, whatever. And he goes, it's just over time you get desensitized, right? He goes, it went from one thing to the next, where it was like, I got to the point where it was, if you were a drug dealer, I had you. I owned you. I knew, and like the the guy who is interviewing is like, well, what do you mean? He's like, no, I own you. And that was, it's as eye-opening to me. It's not eye-opening, it's obvious, right? We all know that there is this aspect of incrimination. I believe I do listen to him. Boots, what the fuck? Wapo, if you're still here, can you tell me what Boots' YouTube name is? I could look it up too. What the fuck is it, dude? Oh, we'll turn into a monster today. Oh my god, guys, please, I'm so sorry. I don't mean to be rude. This is completely worth me bringing up if I can find it. Weedman 420 podcast. Weedman 420 Chronicle is actually what it's called. He just put it out. He was just talking about how incarcerating people for possession of cannabis at this point is wild. It's ironic. The fact that they're able to run a market of what they are incarcerating you for as a drug possession, but they're able to run a drug ring with limitation. It's just so weird. I don't understand how human psychology has failed us so much so that we have we've allowed people to cage and fine people for something that they are massively profiting off of the sale of. How does it make sense? I mean, I'll sit here and wait. Oh, smoking weed with Lar. Yeah. But how do we get it? How do we get it across? And that's what Wop and I talk about. I mean, you got to get down. You got to talk in the faces of the politicians. But again, it's just knowing that I am an individual perspective and somebody else is their own individual perspective. I use this instance a lot. You all have heard me draw the correlation between how Donald Trump talks about drugs. The way he spoke about it is alarming. It's horribly uninformed. And it's rooted in a alcoholic, drug addict brother's terrible perspective and probably misuse and abuse because of far more fucking problems than drug use, right? I don't know what billions of dollars or millions or hundreds of millions or billions of family wealth fucking does to people or how they fucking react to it, but I'm sure there's a few people who fucking struggle with it, right? Let it be fucking this guy's brother, and now he runs the country, and his perspective on it isn't one of any actual knowledge. It's just not knowledge based. I'm not trying to be rude towards it. I don't care what your political stance is. It's, to me, I think picking a side is silly, right? I think understanding the perspective of all people and going, okay, that is what a detrimental thought could be towards us, and that's what a beneficial thought could be towards us, is, right? I try my hardest to be as much positive thought as I can be, as forward thinking as I can be. I don't want to cause harm to people. I don't want people to make people feel less than. If I can contribute more to a situation than retracting from, that is literally my goal. So I don't care what your perspective is in this. What his perspective is on it is rooted in fear, misjudgment, and bad terminology. When you don't even know the words that you're saying or what it means when you say it, but you have the power to make the difference in it and how it's regulated and how people are allowed to bully others with it. Oh, if anything, you should have a cognitive perspective great enough to go, whoa, how many people are incarcerated for this thing that how many people have claimed that they've cured their cancer with? The scale has started to tip, right? There's far more people who probably at this point can come out as benefited by cannabis medicinally. Comparatively, we just got to get the people out of jail. It doesn't make sense anymore. Chi-Town, that is institutional though, right? I believe it's the enslavement. I think it's the great enslavement, okay? This is probably a little tinfoil hatty. Okay, maybe you put on a tinfoil hat for when we talk about this, right? But I believe it's the if you can make people go do the most important shit for absolutely fucking pennies, compared to you sitting on your pompous fucking throne and now having control of all the powers. Literally the power of knowledge, the power of trade, the power of fucking force. They literally got bombs and shit that are just... The access to that some folks have to power forces this idea of dumbing down. For them to maintain their levels of power, they have to force the low end to be there, right? And they can go, well, you have the option to get out of it, right? I was just talking about this with somebody. Nowadays, what's a good living to make or whatever. Anyway, let me not go into a rabbit hole. There's a massive wealth inequality that has caused a great gap in power maybe as well. Power doesn't necessarily lie in well, it's weird, right? Because in an individual instance, me v you, if I can hit you harder, or you're better at jiu-jitsu than me, or whatever, right? We see what the UFC is. That's individual striking matches. Okay, find the greatest one at that. What does that mean when there is one gun out, right? Okay, well now there's billions of guns, okay? So now, well, what does a million guns mean versus one atomic bomb, right? But atomic bombs are very devastating. Guns are very devastating. Crazy shit like this is very devastating. But what's more devastating than that is I think the suppression of the mind, honestly. I think there are a lot of people who are forced to be selfish because of access to the wealth. And wealth only means access to survivability. Because I think a lot of people would just accept, and that's why Elon Musk talks a lot about a universal income. There's a lot of powers to be that do, but he's more of obviously one out there who talks about at some day there will probably have to be a universal income where everybody's afforded the same, at least shelters and access to clean water and energy, and it seems like a reasonable thing for all of us to come together to give everybody enough to survive. It seems reasonable that all of us could at least give some effort to that, right? But currently, at least especially in America, where I believe most of us are from, it's a fucking dog-eat-dog world, bro. Like, you have the same opportunities I have. Do you have the same natural-born muscle structures or brain capacities or whatever? There's some people that are just naturally fucking gifted at things. There's some people that have worked their fucking asses off since day one to do it. But I think that getting out of the gap of when they talk about the middle class and the whatever, get away from the financial burden. Those who are away from financial burden have a great sense of security that a lot of others don't. Can't even get affordable health care. I won't hold my breath. Well, and like, Chi-Town, the crazy thing is, in a system made for profit, right? Insurance companies have to pay all of their fucking employees. They have to pay for all of their advertising. They have to pay for fucking Flo to look fucking like, well, they got a new girl. Did y'all see this? I saw a new, it wasn't Flo the other day on the commercial, and it wasn't that guy either. They had a new one. Her name was like Anna or something. I don't fucking know. Mara. This shit it was scary. Anyway, how do they pay for all these people? Well, it's by you constantly giving them money. Well, if the ROI for us, if our return on investment wasn't fucking hopes and prayers and nothing, if it wasn't 4 month down the line fucking doctor's appointments, if it wasn't and everybody goes, oh well, the infrastructure isn't, the fuck it isn't. We have a lot of medical space that I've watched even in my life not get used as medical space anymore. And maybe it's smaller labs, or maybe it's whatever, but why aren't labs existing? Why aren't smaller medical doctors and smaller practices happening? Well, the bigger places are taken over because of the insurance schemes, and there's a lot that goes on in that statement, and I'm with you, but this is what is healthcare? Because a lot of people who need specialized health care, is it a longer, prolonged process? Can it leave you absolutely indebted? I think more people file financial debt on medical debt than anything else. More people file bankruptcy on financial debt or on medical debt than anything else. It's just the number one crippler, right? And I'm with you. Well, and that's it, dude. And for Alyssa, I'm there with you because most people It's a half and half, right? Most people who get into healthcare do it with the idea that I want to help you. If I can be beneficial and help people feel better, not be sick, like I'm fucking into it. So, unbelievably cool. But then how does the wealth get distributed, right? And this is the factor where it could go on in arguments forever and ever, I believe, right? Who deserves more? And it shouldn't end up hurting them. The thing is, those people also, it's weird because there's plenty of doctors that, okay, let's do this for a minute, okay? Who deserves more money, a doctor or a butcher? All right. The reason I've put it in this context is for thought. It's provoking, right? The argument isn't. There's no clarity in this. Okay, I don't know who deserves more, but in the grand scheme of human life sustaining and betterment, a butcher is able to feed thousands of people a day. A doctor is able to see tens of people a day. So in the scheme of who's helping who more, why is it that immediately we go, okay, well, a doctor deserves more because of their degrees, and a butcher there's a lot of them out there. A lot more people should know how to be butchers because a lot more people eat than go to the doctor's office. So being a doctor is a more specialized thing. It takes 8 years of schooling around a lot of the parts that we are all from to be a doctor. So it's far more specialized. Does the effort that individual gives towards being a specialized trait become more rewarded somehow? And that's why free markets are... I just don't know how to regulate it. I literally think about this a lot. No, and I think you're 100% right, Chi-Town, but how many of us in here could butcher the food? How many of us have access, without a farm, without a grocery store, to meat? I have family members who live on a river, so we could go out and fish the river. If all of us didn't have access to food in a grocery store, we would immediately go to fucking... we would all go to the river, because it's the closest thing that actually has something in it. So our rivers would get depleted pretty quickly, I would imagine. But think about it, like, a butcher is actually kind of a specialized thing. How many of us know how to do it? I fucking don't. Even if somebody came and brought me a cow right now, how much of that thing would I ruin by improper handling methods or butchering methods, comparatively to how much could I eat? Would I get sick from the stuff that I've butchered? Do I actually know proper storage methods? If I don't have a goddamn refrigerator, no, I'm just playing. We're going too far with it. But there's a lot of people who go into, okay, so who deserves more, the butcher or the fucking the doctor? Well, then who deserves more, the butcher, the doctor, or the athlete, the musician, the actor, the performing arts? And is it the politicians? Where does the buck stop, and why is it that individual deserves or takes? It's maybe not that they deserve. Why is it that they're allowed to take as much as they do? gain as much as they do for their input to things. I stopped ingesting major sports years ago because of the wealth inequalities. It's the craziest thing in the world that my ass, who can't make fucking $50,000 a year, is fucking supporting some dude that makes tens of millions of dollars a year to do something that I'm relatively okay at. Am I as good as him? Fuck no. Have I done it every single day, and am I paid to be in the gym and have... No. Right? But can I throw a ball as good as some of these other guys? Sure. There's just so many things that, in the scheme of what wealth is distributed, has caused massive gaps in where we are at currently. The butcher or the cow? Well, and that's like saying, did the chicken or the egg come first? Both of them are very important. According to the diet of current, right? According to the way that we currently ingest food, there's plenty of, I mean, there's literally an entire fucking country's worth, there's countries of people who consider cows to be a sacred thing, and they don't eat them. So, like, is it necessary for the cow, right? So, but a butcher could then butcher a turkey. A butcher could then, and what meat is sustainable, right? I think in the full ecosystem of the world, we watch animals eat other animals carnivorously. For us, we understand the fuel source and the ability that it has given us to build muscles and exhaust energies in ways that have allowed us as a species to be productive in ways that we weren't while we were just foraging, right? While we were, well, actually adding this thing right here behind us to the meat that we have been eating for a long time too, has also given us a greater burn of energy and access to growth. And so what's more important? I don't know. But as far as wealth inequalities go, cows aren't really taking that much of our workforce or our money. So I think the butcher is more important. Well, and see, that's it, brother. Chi-Town, they can't exist without one another. They're synergistically working, and they rely on one another. And to have us as human beings relying on each other to get the thing done is beautiful. That's why we synergistically are able to do what we're even doing now, is because so many of us can benefit so many of the rest of us. But the perspective of that has gotten so lost behind all of the walls that we've built, all the barriers we've built to one another. And these barriers that we've built have become unbelievably trivial in being measured by who you're willing to fornicate with, what melanin count you have, what regional billionaire you prefer to fucking give your money to, what shape god you prefer, what big ghost you prefer to idolize, or there's just so many things that when it's broken down to its actual what is going on, you look at it, you go, whoa, that's what everybody's identifying as and fighting over, and we've built barriers to. Like, what the fuck is going on? And would it be hard, like I've said even in tonight's conversation, to take that one moment, that temporary glimpse of just clarity where we all go, whoa, we really, really do need one another. I just want to know where I can fit in, do my fair share of putting effort in so that I can sustain a livelihood that isn't, I don't know, that's meaningful to me. And what is meaningful to me might be completely differently meaningful to you, but like, I don't ever need access to a Ferrari. If I happen to stumble by one and somebody said, hey, do you want to get inside of this and vroom it down the road really quick? I'd go, okay, sure. That sounds neat. But like, am I ever going to actively seek something like that? Not a chance. So anybody who is actively seeking that, by all means. But I don't think you should have to kill yourself over it and sacrifice everything and greed from people and steal from people and be a slime. Like, that's where this becomes a weird thing, right? How much people are willing to do to manipulate and take from others is wild. And it's at this point entitled to folks through, and to a degree, rightfully so, through heirship, right? Through somebody before me somehow made it in a past life, and now I'm just heir to this fucking thing, and I get to act as so. There is inequalities that are naturally brought about for some folks, and it's genuinely exposed by this fucking wealth. It's by what everybody considers to be their average means of how am I beneficial to you? Well, it's because I have dollar bills that I can give you, or you have dollar bills that you can give me. I can trade you for time. I can trade you for goods. So be it that the governing men, the governing women, whatever it is, allow me to so do this transfer of goods and services. As long as I pay my taxes and have the proper licensing and then like, it's like, well, what is inalienable to us? What is a right, a right more than a privilege, right? I think a lot of us understand what the rights should be. And it sounds better that all of us have a right to sustain life at the greatest capacity that we can. But having the best understanding of that would allow us to best achieve that, right? So there's a lot more learning that needs to be done, a lot more communication that has to go on. But I think communication over competition. I think community over, diversion, like, I don't know, division. That's what I meant to say. Come together over something. So how does one put value on which relationship is more important than another? I believe that's the individual experience that we all get to go through. And the amount of times that we have said which one of these relationships is more important to me and sustaining it by showing my characteristics as that have made the different... It makes each one of us an individual. It makes each one of us have that something different that maybe the other person's looking for. And I think so, if we listen to and hear older stories and we try to reflect on what it can mean now, I speak a lot about the Tower of Babel, right? It is the idea that everybody on the earth came together, was building a tower that they were going to reach up and talk to God. It was going to go so high off the earth, all right, and we all understand that you would have just died, whatever, because of lack of air or whatever, but they were all going to come together and build this tower that was going to get them to God, okay? But then in the book even, God comes and says, no, listen, you're not supposed to know me. You're not supposed to talk to me. So the way that I'm going to assure that that doesn't happen is by giving you all different tongues, making sure you all speak different languages. And if your language is, okay, fine, you speak English, but you speak your interpretation of English. Those words mean something to you that though we believe it's common and we could find out its actual definition in a dictionary, what's common to you and what's common to me are still entirely different. What's interpreted by me and what's interpreted by you are still entirely different. So, what relationship at that time is better for you? I only beg people to really consider that and to make the tougher decisions at times. To make the less instantly gratifying decision and to put some longer term thought into some of these more important relationships and how we plan on handling them. Because the other thing too is, regardless of what the relationship is, if it's interpersonal where you have another human being there, like I was just talking about in the Stranger song that we were talking about, how much of you do you actually give to that other person? How real is your experience with it? What is your interpretation of the experience? And do you believe that what you've done is 100%? And then can you really be conscious enough to realize that 100% is like, of exposure at least, is almost impossible. You will never expose every single detail. It's almost hard to do so because there are things that we all lean on as a comfort when other people aren't looking. There's things that we do behind the fucking scenes as a happy 11/11 fam. We do some things that are so individual that, like, that's it. Your life, your experiences, they're individual. And how do you guarantee that you're doing the more positive thing? I don't know that you do. I don't know if it's a guarantee. I think that you find your moral compass. I think you try to listen to people who are more impactful in a positive way than a negative. A lot of us have, because of the lyricism, okay? Think about this. We have idolized people who have made a living out of proclaiming murder, abuse, raping, pillaging, drug use, fucking... People idolize folks who their entire existence is built around that. They idolize them to the point where they give characteristics of themselves away to these other ideologies. And I think for me, like, I just try not to align with too much. I try to align with cannabis, peace, love, and coping, right? That's it. Understanding. I think those are the things for me, is like, I'm never right about anything. I know what I know, and I'd be willing to put it into context and do the physical application. I'm willing to go through anything that I say. I'm willing to do all of it. But I'm also willing to stand up and say, hey, not only have I done it, I've listened to and witnessed so many others go through it. It's a positive. Just a net positive across the board for people who do the thing positively. It is 100% a positive. For people who have turned it into a means of massive profit, incarceration, murder, whatever it is, and it's all for personal gain, then it's a disgusting thing, right? So even the most beautiful things that you can align yourself with have a dirty and almost murderous side to it, right? Not almost, 100%. There can be a murderous side to it, which is like, how? How is it that somebody is killing somebody for cannabis? Doesn't make any sense to me. Why don't we just make more of it? Why don't we just have better access to it? Why don't we stop regulating it so hard so that people, especially this thing, you're not going to hurt anybody with it unless you horribly mishandle the thing, which is very possible. But put out the math and the science so that people have reasonable access to knowledge on how to do it in safe ways, right? Like, I think that's the best way we should do with everything. Just educate, educate, educate. Yeah, I like that. See, I like that. Listening and hearing are two completely different things. Hearing is a very reactionary thing. It's easy to react. I watch my niece do it a lot. My niece hears me. And I remember getting it screamed at me when I was a kid. Do you fucking hear what I'm saying? Do you know what the fuck I'm saying? Like, I mean, I can hear it. Clearly. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, I get it. Yeah, you're screaming. I know emotion, but to just hear something is not to listen, right? To listen to it is to understand it, is to reflect on it. And a lot of us aren't maybe fully listening. I know that at times, I know especially when it comes to cannabis, when I'm adamant about something, when I'm very excited about something, it's the easiest time for me to just hear people and not fully listen to them. But I've become way better the older I've gotten at listening. And I think this is where, like I just said it not that long ago, I'm almost never fully right about something because I know that there's always a perspective I haven't seen or heard. There's somebody who under a microscope can look at this and dissect it in a way that I haven't. So for them, they will be able to explain that perspective of this thing far greater than I will. But the consistencies and the truths, they do come from me listening to others, experiencing, right? Because I think listening is great. Listening, processing, reflecting, implementing. There's a lot more steps that listening is very beneficial over hearing. But implementing is better than waiting, you know, fucking, there's lots of aspects that reflecting, right, is better than reacting. Our mind is a beautiful calculator. I love the stimulator that we have that I speak on so regularly, for its ability to stimulate and to allow for deeper, insightful, and would I be this philosophical, would I be this thought forward if it wasn't for cannabis? I don't know. But I do know that I've had the opportunity to listen a lot because of cannabis. I've been so intoxicated at times where the only thing I have to do is listen. And I want to listen. I want you to keep talking and I want to keep consuming because it keeps me grounded. So I've had this unique privilege of using cannabis as being a tool to help me listen, to help me reflect, to help me implement, to help me get out there and actually take the actions. And I'm grateful for the thing too, you know? Oh, well, thank you, Seymour. I appreciate that a ton. Yeah, and Chi-Town, here's the thing. Life is like a calculator for Seymour who's listening. Life is like a calculator. Some like to add, some like to subtract, some divide, while others multiply. That's the core group of what our brain is like. Well, that makes the most sense. Do you know how many other buttons there are on that calculator? There's cosines and tangents and exponents, and you just have so many abilities to actually manipulate the calculations, right? Life is beautiful. It's so cool to have this experience. I don't want to spoil it. I'm not going to take his lines. The guy that I'm telling you that's interesting to sit and talk to and listen to about life has one of the greatest lines that he's been saying about what is God, right? What is this idea, this concept, the embodiment, your religion, whatever. What is that? What is spirituality? What is the big cognition that's the all-knowing, that's more than us, right? Because if that's the case, if it's not a physical manifestation, and some believe that there has been, if it's not a physical manifestation, what is our contribution, and why, what is it that our life means, and how impactful is it, right? Well, do you want to go down in the history books, or do you just need to live a fulfilling, personal, individual travel? And there's different callings for different folks, but I hope that everybody understands how beautiful the opportunity to physically manifest is. To have the ability to cognitively perceive and to think and to enjoy the stimulation, to smoke and feel that, to love and feel that, to eat food and to feel that, and to have all the different flavors and all the different experiences, all the sights, it's been a beautiful trek. And for that, for the idea that this thing that we're doing is so fucking beautiful, how do we figure out a way to make sure that it's sustained for a longer time? How do we go away from the destructive mentalities that we have built up, including those that I've spoken on, religions and sports teams and gender identities and fucking melanin counts and fucking the things that we have identified as that don't allow us all to accept that we are just a living thing. And all living things should have the right, and this is some hippie woo-woo, right? But all living things should have the right to live out their existence to a fullness. I don't know what that means. How does that impact the food? How does that impact the healthcare? How does that impact the amount of space that we got, right? Should we kill off some things? Because if you don't kill off too many pythons and the pythons take over everything, can snakes take over the world? That sounds terrifying, and fuck that. If we got to limit the snakes, well then, you know, there's some of this shit that when we start to go deeper into the calculations of it and where we've come and oh my God, I don't know. I don't think it's easily calculable, but we know that it's sustainable. The calculations for sustaining has been there. I did it in fucking high school. Nowadays, I would have to go back and start to look at the rates of things and start to actually just put pen and paper and just pen to paper and get the fucking calculations down. But I'm confident that we could prove sustainability for everybody. That the resources for life exist. The resources for human life currently exist. And human life is a beautiful life. It's just so cool that we get to experience what we do. Well, in Chi-Town, you're 100% right. There are so many damn buttons. You ain't lying. No, check this out. Chi-Town. What he said was, how many actually want to learn those other functions instead of just going along with what they're comfortable with? I get it, Shy. And that is the biggest downfall. But for you and I, here's what I'm saying. I'm asking you, and that's why I go on here and do this thing too. I'm asking you to please don't get stale in your thoughts. Please don't become frumpy and argumentative. You are allowed to believe whatever you want, but respect that others have had a different perspective than you. And if you were to listen to it, you'd go, holy shit, it's wild what all of us go through, believe, do. How do you live, right? Here's a fun one. Go through a grocery store sometime and actually pay attention to the food. Don't just go there and get what you get. Go look at what other people are surviving on. The things that you would never touch. And you're like, wait a minute. Like, this is so wild that store shelves are packed full of this food that I'm like, I would never eat that. But there's somebody out there that does. And there's somebody that enjoys the fuck out of it. And they deserve to. I'm not, just because I don't like it doesn't mean you shouldn't like it. Go and enjoy it. It's out there. That's the beauty of the life that we have. In a world of dragons, raise dragon slayers. Well, okay. Checks and balances. Ebbs and flows. But can we, in that, how do we get away from the deterioration? There's gotta be a fucking way where a leveling happens, right? Where there is a, and it almost seems like if it seems like the earth is gonna do it at some point anyway, right? Either a volcano's gonna erupt and fuck everything up, meteor's gonna hit the shit, it's gonna fuck everything up, you know, something is gonna happen where our structure that we believe in now, that we know, our means of communication, our means of entertainment, our means of survival, the grocery stores, they will be fucking wiped from the map, right? There's a better chance of that happening than not. And at some point, no matter what, that will happen. Because the sun will explode and we'll all just fucking cease to exist, right? So we've got to almost be interplanetary or intergalactically, right? Like, there's got to be a way for us to sustain life. And I think if it's not for infinity, right, because that seems irrational, for as long as it can be, because it's beautiful, it's unbelievably cool, and plenty of different perspectives. I'll tell you one of mine. I think that, I don't know if I'm religious or whatever, I was raised religious, but I do believe that I could be some level of deistic. I believe maybe that there's a greater power that's far more knowing than we might be, as far as our thinking, thought processing humans that we are. There could be something out there, but if that's the thing, if it's out there and it's a creator and it's not a physical thing that's already here, and it's out there, then created what it wanted, right? Like, whether it's good or bad or indifferent or whatever, it created what it hoped it could be. Whether we are free willingly fucking it up or whatever is happening, that's completely different. The idea is that we are a direct manifestation of the ideas of the thing that isn't. That's a fucked up concept. It's so intelligent and so smart, and so it made all this energy and figured out a way to manifest it all into spinning balls that circulate each other and fucking are protected from other fucking rocky balls that'll come and smash it out, or whatever the fuck is going on here that we call life. The thing, if it's a thing or a power or a concept, if there's a manifestation that did this, manifested life, us as a physical representation of it are exactly what it hopes it could be. But it isn't. So if you go back, right, let's say that our consciousness ceases to exist, and then our consciousness has the ability to cognitively connect with the creation. And then the creation goes, hey, how the fuck was it? Are you gonna go, oh, I ho-hum and frump this whole fucking experience away? I'm mad at everything. I couldn't find any positive in it. I'm just a miserable frump. You would go, well, that sounds great. Sorry that you did that. You only are getting one shot at this. I only give it. I only wanted one shot for every cognitive perspective. There's plenty of different abilities to go out there. So only one shot. What if it was only a one shot thing and you pissed it away being fucking frumpy as fuck? It would be terrible. Being mad at every opportunity that's out there. Every ability to stop and smell the roses. There are plenty of people who don't have the rights. There are humans currently who are being forced and oppressed. They are being told how to move and react and what to do and when to do it. It's a fucked up concept. There are humans that are owned by other humans currently. We recognize this. It's wild. Well, in Chi-Town, I'm optimistic, right? I do actually pay a lot of attention. There's this one, it was really cool, actually. No. What I'm going to talk about is what you just said. Ironically, technology has allowed us to communicate with more people more easily, yet instead of bringing us together, it's being used. Excuse me, it's being used to divide us. That's a statement. My answer to that is we don't have the referee that has been necessary to regulate different tongues and conversations. I genuinely believe Sports IE your comments about being owned by others. No, I'm talking about slavery. I'm talking about different countries around the world that still allow slaves. Humans to purchase humans for work purposes, for personal use purposes. That still exists in the world. So, I to the technology point, I think that AI might be a reasonable means of communication. Oh my God, did you change from red to blue? How did you get a blue over there? Can you just change your colors? You just fucking, yeah, I'm pumped up right now. I don't know if I've ever seen people change their colors before. Wow, neat. Well, I guess you could. Seymour's got a picture there. Biz got a picture there too. Wow, cool. I like that, Chi-Town. Went from red to blue. No, yeah, and Chi-Town, we're on the same point. I promise you, I'm not arguing anything. We're the same. We both want the same thing, and I believe in the same thing. I believe that AI has the capabilities of being the tool that referees the communication. The reason I'm saying that is because the ways that there was a really good I watch a lot of like AI guys who are interpreting. He's mostly on YouTube. I can't think of his name right now, but he was talking about how the neural network of AI. Now it's another thing that is a study from a university, but the neural networks of AI, they were like, so in the same way that we do like you know how they do like neural network mapping, they show like brain activity on through brain scans and shit. So they give an input, they talk about a scenario or something and see how the brain reacts. Well, they've been doing the same thing with AI, large language models, and they've been asking really cool questions about how it does certain things, mathematics, what languages it thinks in. If these things are capable of giving you, you know, however many different languages they're trained on, what language is it thinking in? And the thing is, it doesn't think in a specific language. It's doing it by itself, right? And the way that it breaks things down is by generalizations. So it comes to a more consistent means of communication, where you've heard people who are like interpreters or people who are multilingual, where they go, okay, it's a loose interpretation. This kind of means this. It can kind of mean something else, but inflection means everything in what that word means. In the same way, a lot of words mean different things for us, like the word two. Two means a lot of things. The word high means a lot of different things. The word bye means a lot of different things. There's so many words that have different implications to them. So in context, how would this make the most sense? Sometimes from tongue to tongue, the communication is so broken that it sounds like you're being offensive. You don't know how to say it. But if a large language model that is capable of interpreting and outputting the positive way of communication, there's a better chance that the technologies of future years will help gap the communication barriers right now that exist. The communication barriers that exist are a lot of times greatly due by governance and people who are profiting off of us not saying or saying certain things. Oh, in 100%, you're absolutely. What is the message that is spread? And you're 100% that. But I think like a lot of times we're talking about institutional overhauling, right? This has to be like systemically changed. This has to be done on if we're going to maintain the same level of governance we do as a human species, and we allow governments and whatever it is, that's perfectly fine. If that's there needs to be some structure. Some people operate better under some structure, whatever. I don't know. I believe that there has to be institutional changes. I believe that we've normalized all of the things that we're fighting against, all of the hatred that anybody's fighting against. where did the hatred come from? You think individuals just figure out hate on their own? Hell no, hate is a taught thing. I don't think that hate is a I don't know that that is innate in us. We could probably dislike, but I think hatred is a whole new, that's a learned experience. And how to navigate hatred has evolved all the way to atomic bomb, right? Like there is some, or fucking drones, whatever you want to. Nowadays, shit's scary as fuck, right? Society has been institutionalized, 100%. And that. Do we believe in the institutions too, right? Because what we're being taught is being presented to us, the information and the all information is regulated, and it's regulated to benefit the institution that it directly correlates to. Most of the time, I would say. I can genuinely tell you, Kim Jong is not fucking teaching his people capitalistic ideology. He is not teaching or allowing people to learn. I mean, he's telling people what the fuck to learn, right? Let's just go with that. That's the craziest thing. Where they get to live, what they get to do for a job. Like, you're a number. So, yeah. Then whose choice is it to accept or question the messaging? I think everybody should question everything always. I think it's reasonable to have questions about things. I think it's reasonable to say, I don't know, and I don't know that with the way my thought process works, and the way, like, I would fight harder. I don't think that, and fight harder is exactly it. You will be fucking murdered. Your life is not a right in different parts of the world. That's the fucked up thing. I love that we are able to even go back and forth and have this thought-provoking conversation about who gets to question the messaging. Because I can tell you in other parts of the world, people don't even get to question anything. You shut your fucking mouth, or else you won't have one. You know? Yeah. Well, and I think this is like the big, what is the boiling, right? Because we've seen plenty of boiling points in our lives. At what point does the collective of the Korean mind, do you know, I think that, I forgot what I heard, in 3 generations, the Korean population will be 1/10 of the size that it is, or something like that. Because of the way that they are allowing birth rates to happen and certain things to go on, it seems just so drastic to me that, like, wouldn't the collective mind go, hey, there's gotta be a better means of, like, experience. It can't just be a forced experience. You literally only get to experience what I tell you to and when to, especially because I don't know what the living situations are. Not too many people do. There's not a lot of cameras in Korea like that. But like, I'm sure there's a very low end of that thing that is just so oppressed that it's like, well, what the fuck? When am I going to get anything? Or will we ever? In the same right that, like, in our system, when does it become so heavily outweighed where the 1%, like we know, that owns 75% of it, is so drastically outweighed that the 99 other percent say, you know what, we will actually fucking murder you for that. And we just saw it recently with that fucking, what was that, oh god, I know his fucking name too. Is it Geo or something like that? The dude who shot the World Health, or the fucking CEO? What was his name? That dude, just because the other dude had a lot of money, his concepts or his ideas of whatever. And you know what's even crazier? The amount of people who were like, yeah, fuck that fucking guy. He has billions of dollars. I'm behind you. He should have killed him. Did you see how attractive that guy was? He's a good-looking dude. He deserves to kill that fucking scumbag. Like, we've literally allowed the thought that somebody's okay to kill somebody because the somebody felt so drastically unequal in wealth. Like, they had such a factor in oppressing them or the others around them or something of that matter that we've desensitized the thought process of go ahead and fucking murder that guy. Luigi, that's it. Yep, Luigi. Damn it, I said Geo, it was close. Here we go. So in that, like, the mind has gone somewhere for some people that, like, what happens when you chant enough and enough people behind you start going, fuck yeah, kill him, fuck him, right? Me, literally, I'm like, nah, smoke weed, it's okay, live together, be cool, we got this, smoke some weed and chill the fuck out. Or okay, I'll keep saying it. We got this shit. It's okay, right? But there is some drastic separation that eventually something has to happen about it. It has to be addressed. We can't just keep letting this fucking elephant be in the room, and it's a massive elephant at this point. 1% owns 75%. Holy shit. Drastic. Thanks, Seymour. Me too. I'm enjoying doing the I don't know, I'm gonna probably smoke another one here soon, and then, you know, it's getting close to midnight. I might have to get to bed soon. He is the best uncle. Hold on. Where's my... Oh, I gotta go. You guys are gonna appreciate this. Where's it at?
5, 6, 5, 6, 7, 8.
No. No. Gary! Happy birthday! Heard your downstairs is girthy. Stunt double up on Jeremy Gary.
I love you, but I think you need therapy. Ordinarily, I wouldn't talk about another man's body, but you're a sexy hottie, and I want to tell everybody. You rock my sticker faces
In a couple different places. And that's why today you're getting these praises.
Gary, happy birthday, you the fucking man. I'm glad we met back in
That was a weird ass note just came out. It was supposed to say happy birthday, but it didn't come out.
Gary is the kind of real man who is about addition rather than subtraction. We appreciate his human
Hold on.
traits. With the love Gary gives, we are richer than that nerd, Bill Gates.
With the love Gary gives, we are richer than that nerd, Bill Gates. Did you guys know that? It's the fucking truth. I'd rather have the love of one Gary than the wealth of 1,000 fucking Elon Musks. The fuck is that shit? Y'all can take your money and your wealth and your fucking whatever. It just doesn't mean the same thing to me. And that's fine, right? But I think the world needs it to be that. I think there's a lot more of us who probably feel the same way. I don't care about your fucking money thing. It's crazy that there is such inequalities, and that is the biggest one. The inequalities that people are fighting over, melanin count, regional billionaire, fucking sports team guys, who you have sex with, those things are so unprofitable. It'll never solve equality. In fact, the ways that people fight for equality tends to be more of a means of division. When the biggest gleaming, disgusting inequality that exists, period, is that of which how much my time and efforts output afford me backwards. And I think that I'm behind the idea because I got a lot of friends who have actually put in the efforts to get the big degrees and to hunt the jobs that they've wanted, and they do really cool shit and they make pretty good money for themselves. I know that there is a means of sustainability through education and just more knowledge. It might not be through the education system, it might be through knowledge, right? But I know that a lot of us and a lot of you
21 virgins.
Not only can but will be massively successful. All of you are some fucking unbelievably great people. I'm sorry I had to change music because next one was I think we have the means of being successful in different ways, but I think that if you perceive things differently, if you individually reflect on the things that you actually need to be successful, or what would make you feel like you were a success, those are the reflection points that you all deserve to go through. Such a good song. And we all deserve access to. I think we all have this inalienable right, and I know we talked about the difference between rights and privileges tonight a little bit. I want the right to life. I love, there's plenty of differences and things that will separate us by just the pure institution and nature of it, right? But it's divided with acceptance and understanding, right? Once we get there, once we do have the means of communication, right, Chi-Town, when it's not we currently have the means of communicating farther, faster, better than ever. Are the most important and are the most impactful conversations happening? And where are they happening? A lot of times, I actually believe They're happening like right here. They're happening amongst you and your friends when we're smoking a weed and we're talking about life and all the cool shit that we've got going on. Like, oh my God, and that's the whole thing, Chi-Town. I appreciate the difference. I even at sometimes, I might even go as far as saying I envy some of the differences sometimes. I look up to the differences sometimes. It's so cool to see people who do it differently and are just doing it. You're you, bro. You're the most you can be because, right? And I love that. Oh my God, Chi-Town. Guy could give you a hug right now. That's it. Your notes might be gas or fruit or funk or garlic or whatever it is, right? The chems, the diesels, the whatever. You might be into that. But it's literally the idea that all of it is cannabis. We're all the fucking same. It's all the same. The cannabis plant, it's all the same. And this is really just the message. Let us burn one from end to end. And pass it over to me, my friends. Burn it long, but burn it slow. To light me up before I go. Oh, I can't smoke this fucking before I go to bed. There's no way. I'm gonna go with another one of these sticks here. Your choice is what I choose to do. And if I'm causing no harm, it shouldn't bother you. Your choice is who you choose to be. And if you're causing no harm, then you're alright with me.
If you don't like my fire, then don't come around, 'cause I'm gonna burn one down. 'Cause I'm gonna burn one
Pretty good
down.
song for what we just was talking about. If you don't like my fire, then don't come around, 'cause I'm gonna burn one down.
Herb, a gift from the earth. And
What's from the earth?
is of the
Greatest worth. So before you knock it, try first.
you'll
See, it's a blessing, and it's not a curse.
If you don't like my fire, then don't come around, 'cause I'm gonna burn one down. Yes, I'm gonna burn one.
Wow. We're still way up here. Check.
You need a certificate. Go with the dance funk one. Sounds the best so far. How about funk dance beat? No, you can't go wrong with the bluegrass techno bingo.
Now you're talking my lingo.
Why? I'm shooting off fireworks now because it's dark and it's the 4th. Can you make it a little louder, please? Let's get this party started. LOL, too kinky for me. Putting things like drugs up your ass. How much boofing is too much? Plus kinky can be fun. How many things can I boof? Boofing, boof, boofing, boof, boofing, boof, boofing, boof, boof it. LOL, too kinky for me. Putting things like drugs up your ass. How much boofing is too much? Plus kinky can be
Cheers,
fun.
friends.
How many things can I boof? Boofing, boof,
What is that?
boof, boof. Boofing, 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 boof.
Cheers, Chi-Town. Cheers, Gary. Thank you very much. Seymour. Drummer.
Boofing, 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 boof.
What else we got in this? Quadranite Ganja Toker.
Drugs up your ass.
Dudley Dawson. We had our friend Down the Growing Goat, Sean Whitney, Gawani, Dudley Dawson, the Guapo, Gawani, Mike Benedito, Jimmy Anderson. Let's go. What a squad. Drummer? Biz Seymour, Chi-Town, 21. Table Breaker was around. God, we had a squad come through today. Such a cool group. I appreciate the fuck out of all of you. Grow and Go, Alyssa and Angelo, they've been fucking so dope. Here's to all of you, my friend. I will be dipping in a minute.
What a great day it has been. Spending my birthday with all of my friends, hanging by the pool.
This is one of the other best songs that we... Oh my god, I've listened to it 86 times.
Came around, talking big booty Latinas, dropping that bang to the ground. Got biz on hot.
Look at 86. Oh my god, it's crazy.
Hurry before he drops that goo. What a great night it would be if a stranger would touch his D. He's clinging on to hope
Like it's his new dough. His fantasies that got the best of him. Doesn't even care if AE24's real name is Jim.
Did you just boot my plug for the big booty Latinas? How am I ever gonna get someone to play with my penis? I just want thick and juicy to look me in the eye and say hawk to it. Then I grab her by the back of her head and say, hun, don't stop when you're tired, stop when you're done.
Chat room. Oh, Biz, we're playing your song, bro. You didn't even say goodnight. What a... This.
And he's my homie Twig Yard. Give us a few minutes and shit's about to get real hard. I'm not talking about that bass or the lyrics I wrote. I'm talking about what I want to put in that man's throat. I know I got real track, but give me 1 second and I'll bring it back. I'm not confessing to you that I'm gay. I just really in need of some big boot. And if you remember not that long ago, I had a chance on my friends.
I had a guy, sales rep for this thing. He's actually one of the creators of this thing, the Omora. Tell us all about this product when he was, I had like a, what you call it, yeah, like a little fucking conference with him. And he was showing us all the uses of this thing, and he was like, "Oh, there's no mess, it never gets dirty." And I was like, "How? How does your flower vaporizer just never get dirty?" Well, they got these little pods, right? You guys have seen it. I just threw one away, but let me get a clean one out here. They got these little pods. The flower sits up in the top of it up here, as you can see. Then the bottom part down there is like a little filter, a little smoke. You drop it in, and I was like, well, does the flower ever like fall out of the thing? Does it like drop in there? Well, I mean, I guess it could, but it does like it doesn't. Well, I was like, oh my god, all right, whatever. I get that you're trying to sell it. This little thing actually is cool. I will tell everybody, if you're a vaporizer, if you're a vape person, shameless plug to the Omora people. They are not. I'm not sponsored by it. Doesn't matter. OMURA. It's actually a cost-effective little bugger. I think the unit itself is like $150 or something to that effect, and then these little packs of, I think the whole unit, like you get like 4 packs of these. You get the little like thing here, you slide this guy in and you can fill the whole pack up at one time. You get this whole kind of setup. I think it's like $1.50 or something. It's a dope little fucking machine. I like it. Omora. Hey, listen, shameless little thanks for giving me the one and letting me try it out. I think they're good. But vaporizing just isn't. I don't know. I wish I was more into it, or I would like This is just for a basic unit. It has a high and a low temperature setting. That's literally it. If I had a ability to crank the fucking heat up at some point and really just deliver the smack that I'm looking for, it might be better. Or if getting multiple uses out of one stick or extending the length of the timer. See, this is just one timer. Just put it in, it goes. I think it's 3.5 minutes of a setting. Anyway, I'm done describing the Omora. You guys know more about that thing than most of their producers do. Anyway, let me see. What's a good way to end this thing?
People just walking in front of it like we ain't recording.
You guys ever seen this thing? It's the video with the kid who's having an interview. He says, "Hey, it happens." Well, you'll listen to it.
Hey, it happens. People are people. None of it's intentional. Never attribute to malice what you can contribute to incompetence. It's far more likely that they are all in their own worlds, doing their own thing. They're not paying attention to the world around them. And we all every day.
Check out Dynavape.
Whether you are driving,
Alright, cool, hell yeah. Just as complex. Check it out. I will really quick.
Everything you have going on, they have going on. Nobody else knows what everyone else is going through. We also need to be a little more
shit.
and aware of the world around us.
Oh, they got some pretty cool design stuff. Oh, jeez, Louise, it's hacking me. I don't know, the wand, the M series, the B, there's so many. There's so many answers. They got caps? Thermal Hyper Cap? Thermal Hyper Core. The Ball R Cap. The Unidyne Ball. Oh my god, I don't even know what's happening anymore. Induction heaters. Alright. I'm gonna look at this. I'll look at some Dynavape stuff. They could be the GOAT.
They have going
My friends,
Nobody else knows what everyone else is
I appreciate y'all spending your Thursday night with me, and even some of your Friday morning now. All of you are greatly appreciated, and I can't tell you how grateful I am to call all of you friends. I hope you strike peace when you seek it. I hope you find love when you need it, and I hope you can cope when you feel it. Peacekeepers, my loveliest of friends, the coolest people I know. Thank you for always being here, and the supporting and the loving and the everything. You guys are fucking fantastic people, and if you ever need anything, you let me know. I'm right here. I want to be as helpful as I can, but just don't forget this.
Avocado, 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 potato, 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 potato.
Hey, fentanyl ain't no good. Hey, fentanyl ain't no good. Hey, fentanyl ain't no good.
My friends, I appreciate the fuck out of all of you. I hope you have a lovely rest of the evening and a great weekend. Be good out there. Better weather's on its way soon. Love you, drummer. Love all of you out there. Let's smoke soon. I'm super into it. All right, friends. Until next time. Yeah, let's set up a group sesh. All right. My friends, smoke weed every day. Bye. Much love, Gare Bear. Let's go, Chi-Town. I'm into it. Seriously, let's do this thing. All right. Maybe make it out to a night at sessions sometimes. I need to get my damn self out there. But anyway, love y'all. Talk to you soon. See you soon. Bye.